welcome in. Good to see you guys. Hope you're all doing well. Oh my goodness, dude, what is going on right now? Thank you guys, thank you. Oh my gosh, I just got here. Thank you. Wow, dude, what are we on right? What hype train is this? This is a level 4? Level 4 hype train? Dang, thank you guys, thank you. Much appreciated. A lot of hype in the stream here. Let me shout everybody out. Make sure you guys get the love you deserve here. Let's see. We had Bell with the first bits of the week. Thank you for the big 200 there, Bell. Very kind of you. Dreamer, thank you for the resub. Scylla, thank you for the resub. Angela, thank you for the resub. Cambria, thank you for the 200 bits. Dekai, thank you for the 300 bits. Lovebug, thank you for the resub. Jennifer with the very generous 500 bits. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Taters, thank you for the resub as well. Sabelina, thank you for the resub. Max, thank you for the resub. Bobs, thank you for the big 1,000 bits. Wow, let's go. Dang, we're almost on a level 5 hype train. We might get our gritty goose today. That would be pretty cool coming back to a gritty goose, I would say. Ghost Girl, thank you for the 100 bits. Max, thank you for the 100 bits. Marie with the big 245. Vox with the big 100. Dreamy Luna with the resub. Chellers with the resub. Jovi with the resub. Hello, Jovi. 2 years. Let's go. Left Shark with the big 245. Scuttle with the big 100. Samantha with the resub. Lavender Rose with the resub. And to wrap it all up here, we have Wishing Stardust coming in with the 90 bits. Thank you so much, you guys. Oh my god. Okay. All right then. Beagle Mama, let's go! Big old level 5 hype train. Thank you, Beagle. Thank you. Lisa as well. Lisa with the big 100. Beagle with the big 1,000. Wow, you guys almost already knocked out the goal. What is going on right now? I sound a little quiet. I don't know what's going on. Oh my god, bro. It's still going on. Jennifer, thank you for the bits as well. Eyes of Sorrow, thank you for the 100. And yeah, if you guys want to claim whatever's in this hype train, you'll get... When it's level 5, you get pretty good emotes for that. So since you guys hit level 5, if you send 100 bits, you'll automatically unlock a free emote at this point. You'll get something. Usually level 5 emotes are pretty cool. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. I missed you guys. It was nice to like rest and relax. I had a great time. Did a little bit of fishing. Went out on a boat. Went to a really cool aquarium. You know, mostly rest, you know, I was mostly relaxing, which was nice. Got back on Saturday. Horty was so happy. I was back. Samantha said I missed the vacation already. Yeah, sorry, Samantha. Get back to work. Get back to work, mods. Your rest is over. Tatty Galaxy says, hey, everyone, welcome back. Poor Mod's gonna be up late tonight, says Marie. Yeah, we have a lot of snaps to look at. And mods, you know, if you guys end up having to call it quits before I get to the end, that's okay. I can always comment on the snaps and handle it from there. So, you know, I know, mods, I know you guys also have, you know, you guys have lives as well. I think you do. I guess. So, if it gets too late and you gotta dip out, that's fine. We'll try to move pretty quick today. We have a lot of snaps to review. We have a lot of snaps to review, because usually I knock out some of them on Friday. I think we have about 100 snaps to look at today. Chewy, thank you for the 200 bits here. Cheers for being awesome mods. Yes, cheers to the mods. Don't give them too much credit, though. It'll go to their head, you know. You guys do all right. You do, you know, you kind of do okay. DVS, thank you for the resub as well. Thank you. All right. Well, you guys, I hope everybody did well on... Which one do we get results for? Explosions of Color. We didn't get to talk about it, really. I posted, I shared mine. So, I ended up getting rank 70 on this one here. You know, this old sweater, I don't know if it's ever come back to the shop, but it's from the first Disney Park Star Path, and it's so good for this theme. I really love the way... I think the outfit is one of the reasons this did so well. But it's such a fun sweater. So, yeah, I love the outfit I put together, and, like, the face paint was really fun, and the butterflies, and there's, like, a lot of action. It was a fun one. I kind of threw together... I did my Lazy Cozy Day submission Lunaris, it looks like it went through because you have a sub badge by your name there. So it looks like it did. Crazy Cat Mom coming in with a resub here as well. Thank you, Crazy Cat Mom, and thank you, Lunaris. Ashley said, I just remembered I'm busy today. I'll see you guys later. Raven Beast Boy said, I only finished the Pooh Bear DLC. Is that bad? I own the others and haven't finished them yet. I haven't even started the other two, Wish Blossom and the other ones. No, it's not too bad. I mean, you know, you can finish the adventure pack is smaller. It's a lot easier to finish. You can work through it pretty fast. Yeah, Big Mom, I saw that. You got rank 21. Very nice. We actually had a lot of people here in the... we had a lot of people here in the top 100 from what I saw. So great job, guys. Great job. All right. Well, there was something else I was about to say as well. Oh, yeah. I ended up throwing together my Lazy Cozy Day submission Tuesday night. Like, after the stream, I ended up staying up and getting it done after I got, like, all my packing done. So this is how it turned out. I think this is super cute. It's mostly about Eeyore having a lazy day. That was my concept here. And I have a very relaxed expression on the avatar, and Eeyore's just kind of napping, and I'm petting him. It took me so long to get the pose to look just like this. Yeah, I got a Mickey Cloud right in the middle. Usually I'm not too big on the Mickey Cloud, but I kept a nice opening right here for it. And I just wish I was able to get the hedgehogs better because the hedgehog's face is clipping into the honey. But every time this cloud would pass, I would have to wait like 30 minutes for it to come back. So like at this point, I was like, I got to go to bed. So yeah, I put this together kind of quick, but I really like it. I think it's super fun. So we'll see how it does. You know, we'll see how it does. I think it works well and highlights the new adventure pack and the lazy cozy day kind of concept. So yeah, we'll see. I like it though. I like it. Oh, what do we get on the hype train? It's a little person throwing money. Okay, well, you know, that's suitable with the hype train you guys just did. And hello to all my YouTube friends as well. Cheeseman said I had Senpai withdrawals. I apologize for that. I am back now, though, my friend, and you can expect plenty of Senpai content. There's actually some really exciting things coming our way. I don't know what those things could be, but they're coming. Let's just say you guys are going to be pretty excited in the near future. Marie said, how was your vacation? It was good. Had a lot of R&R, you know, did some fishing, did some relaxing. And yes, author, first comment of the day on YouTube. Hello, my friend Luke Wright. Hello, Mystic Lunacy. Welcome back. Jen, welcome. So good to see you guys. So good to see you. I hope you're all doing well. But yeah, I like the way this turned out. You know, I still need to do this week's. I got a lot to catch up. A lot of catching up to do. Since I've been gone. Creeping, thank you for the 100 bits as well, and thank you for the very generous hype train, you guys. That is awesome. Did you catch any fish? Yeah, I caught a few whiteys really, but I threw them all back. I was just doing some surf fishing on one day for a few hours, so didn't do a lot, but did a little fishing. I want to gigantify my new emote. I always do that when you guys get me a new emote through a hype train. Let's make it big. There we go. That's funny looking. That's a funny emote. That's pretty fun. Melissa, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Much appreciated. We got a brand new member of the supporter family here. Welcome, Melissa. Welcome. And also, as a member of the supporter family here, whether you are a YouTube channel member, a Twitch supporter, whatever it may be, you're welcome to participate in our Dreamsnap Reviews. So if you would like to participate, there is a how-to section within the Discord. Type exclamation Discord. You have a link in there. Bob's, thank you. Let's go, dude. Bob's coming in with the $10 dono here as well. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Wow, the hype is real today. 57.92 on the board. I think we're almost done with the goal, and we haven't even started yet. You guys came in with all the love and the very generous hype train here at the beginning. Goal number 212 today. So we've hit our previous 211 stream goals in a row. Every day is a new record right now. Encrypted Angels, thank you for the Prime sub as well, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. I think we're good. I think we're good to start. Yeah, we have a lot of snaps to review today, you guys, because we did not get to put it in them on Friday. So, because of this, we have like about 100 snaps to look at. This is a lot. I've never had this much in one day because I usually break it up into multiple days. Now, because of this, we're going to have to move pretty fast today. I'm not going to be able to spend too much time, but I'll try to delegate that well. I'll try to make sure, I give everybody the review they deserve. So, I'm not just going to look at the snap and be like, yeah, it's good, skip. Now, if it is really good and it doesn't really need anything, I'll probably just talk about the strong points and then move on. But yeah, I think we're good. All right, so this week's theme, you guys, pretty exciting. Beacon Mama, thank you for the hundo there, and Jennifer, thank you for the 2 hundo. Oh, let's go. Goal number 212 was hit before we even started our first review. Look at you guys. So generous. Thank you so much, you guys. Are you going to set Star Path teasers? I do not have time. Today. There's no time for that. We have like 100 snaps to look at. I don't think I could be here until 2 a.m., you guys. So we got to move, I would love to talk about them. There's some exciting things with this new update. Some exciting things. I can tell you that. I can't, of course there's exciting things in every update, right? So what do I know? It's not like I know anything you guys don't know, right? Zombie, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Catter said overnight live party. Yeah, we'll see about that. Tazzy said you can delete my snap review. Where's Tazzy's comment? I see you guys replying to it. Oh, there it is. I had to put my about an hour ago, so not much on my snap today. Gotcha, Tazzy. I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. I'm sorry to hear that. Very sorry for your loss. Zombie, thank you for the 100 bits there as well. Lullabies. You guys sending hugs to Tazzy. Thank you, guys. That's very sweet of you. Okay. Zombie. Very suitable bit badge there. I like that. That checks out. And thank you for the love, you guys. Thank you for the love. I had a great time away, but it is good to be back. It's always a little weird being away from the stream for a while. I'm just so used to it, like I go live 5 to 6 days a week every week, and when I just go live for 2 days, it just like, it all feels off, a lot of catching up to do though. Oh, and by the way, for my Pokemon Go players here, real quick, I made a second account, and it needs friends. So here's the code in the chat. For my Pokemon Go players, please copy that code and send friend requests to that new account. I now have 2 accounts. Pretty much because I want to trade a bunch of Pokemon back and forth to get platinum badges. That's why I have 2 accounts now. So add that one. I have to be friends with you twice. Yeah, you're behind Tommy this time, so you better catch up. Quick. It's the name of the account is Pinapps for Pidgeys. But I need friends on there. I have no friends. I'm like friends with myself and I'm friends with Tommy. I think I made one other friend. But yeah. Send me a little friend request on there. But yeah, I don't have anybody to trade with. Tommy comes to town like every once in a while, and Jordan doesn't really play. There's some people I can trade with at the park, but I don't go to the park very often. Unless there's a big event, and then everybody's too busy to trade. Chewy said, well, this account might be more on my level. Well, after this week, the account will probably be pretty high level, honestly. Have you seen what they're doing this week, Chewy? Starting tomorrow, it's like 6 times catch XP for 2 or 3 days. And then after that, it's 8 times catch XP for 2 or 3 days. And then after that, it's 10 times catch XP for 2 or 3 days. This weekend. 10 times. They've never done that before. Never. With a lucky egg, that's 20,000 experience for catching an excellent throw on a Pokemon. That's as much as you get for a legendary raid for catching a Pokemon. That's actually crazy. So this, yeah, they have all of July is like filled up with some crazy stuff this week. This month for Pokemon Go. Anyway, I can't talk about it too much here. At least I have no Pokeballs. You got to add friends, Lisa. You got to add friends and open gifts. You'll get a bunch of Pokeballs that way. That's going to be your best way to get some Pokeballs for free without having to buy them. Aside from that, Lisa, I would recommend Pokemon Going. If you go to a park, you're going to find a lot of Pokestops you can spend to get items. So, you know, if you just hang around the house throwing Pokeballs and stuff, yeah, you'll definitely run out very quickly. So add friends. I can always put a little thing in the Discord if you guys want. If you want to share friend codes in there, do we have that? Do we have that in the Discord? That way you guys can add friends. Wait, like outside? Yes. Pokemon Go touch grass. Yes. Ronald shared their friend code as well. Yeah, Lisa, add Ronald. Yeah, guys. If you're new to Pokemon Go, I definitely recommend adding a lot of friends because you can send gifts back and forth, and you can get items that way as well. I'm an indoor cat, thanks. Reasonable. I get it. You know, I am mostly an indoor cat myself, but I do like to go out for bikes and Pokemon Go. Samantha said, "Why there's so many special Pikachus?" It's the event this week. It's actually ending today. It ends today. So there are special Pikachus everywhere. If you're trying to get your Platinum Pikachu fan badge, this was the week to do it. Our Discord does have a Pogo channel. Okay, I thought so. I got so many. Yeah, I do too. Like too many Pikachus. Lunaris, does anyone play TCG Pocket? I played it a lot when it came out, Lunaris, but I haven't really played in a while. Like I played like the first like 4 or 5 sets that they had come out, and then I just kind of stopped. The thing with TCG Pocket is, like, you know, you can't, like, sell your cards. So, it's fun, though. TCG Pocket is fun. It's a fun game. I really enjoyed it when I did play. But now that it's summer, I don't have time for it. It's all Pokemon Go now. Okay. So, guys, we're diving into the snap reviews for In Your Element. Oh, and let me put my code in YouTube chat as well. I don't want to leave you guys hanging if you play Pokemon Go. There's the friend code for the new account. And I also have a friend code for my old account, so if you guys haven't added that one, I'll share that one tomorrow. I don't have my phone on me right now, my old phone. But yeah, I was able to make a new account by buying a $30 smartphone here. I bought a $30 phone, and it has no service. I just run it on my hotspot, and you know, now I'm a Pokemon Go sweat. I have 2 phones. And I'm getting an arm attachment for this one. It's gonna, basically, I'll have one phone in my hand and one phone on my wrist. Yeah, I'm getting sweaty with it. There's a hardcore Pokemon Go sweat here. How many snaps to review today? Yeah, almost 100. All right, let's dive in. Oh, and by the way, if you guys ever want to do the dual account thing, if you buy like a prepaid phone, like a Straight Talk phone, you can get a Moto G 2025 for $30. The thing is, though, the reason it's so cheap is because it's locked to Straight Talk. You can't switch it to any other platform, so they expect you to spend money on Straight Talk. I'm not doing that. I don't need to send calls and texts with this phone, so I just use it on my hotspot. So if you want basically a really cheap tablet, which is what this is now, it's just a cheap tablet, $30 for, you know, a phone. It's pretty good. Oh, thank you, Ashley. Thank you. Yeah, here's my regular Pokemon Go friend code. Thank you, Ashley. If you guys want to send me a request on there as well. Oh, Samantha put it in the chat too. Okay, nice. Yeah, because the one I was sharing with you guys in YouTube chat was my main account. All right. So this week we are going to be reviewing your snaps for the challenge In Your Element. An elemental challenge. Very cool. We see some prime examples here. We have a fire elemental, a water elemental, and then an earth elemental, which you can play up like a lot of greens. There's a lot of ways to do the earth side of things. I've also seen wind elements. So there's a lot of different elements you guys can do here. A lot of versatility. The challenge here states, capture the magic of the elements. Showcase your favorites like fire like amber, water like wade, earth like lush forests, and air like drifting clouds. Bring your elemental world to life. So, pretty straightforward here. Not a lot to pick apart. We're making an elemental scene. So yeah, that's it. Let's dive in. Let's see what you guys got for me. We got a lot of snaps to look at, so we're going to try to move pretty quick. 91 snaps it's going to take a little bit of time, but we'll try to move quickly today. All right. Going down to the bottom here. First up, Caitlin. All right. So for Caitlin here, fun, kind of earthy outfit. I like the earthy notes here. I also love the face paint. Good foreground elements with the bushes kind of coming in here. The little birdhouse here I think is a nice touch. So you have some great foreground elements. And lots of good trees. Lighting is very nice. You have the sun behind the camera, which is good. And then you have a nice little silhouette behind the avatar as well. Overall, solid. You're playing up the meta. You got good lighting. I think it's a good pose. As far as ways to make it more competitive, I think we can have a better idea of that as we look at more Earth Elemental shots. I haven't had the chance to look at too many of them, but I know a lot of them are really cranking up the green, but you are doing a good job with that. You're using some great trees in the backdrop. And again, good foreground elements here as well. Perhaps a companion could be good. Maybe a little green companion somewhere. But not absolutely necessary. Overall, it's a strong snap. Now, Varia is next. Also an earth element. Okay. Now, already we're seeing some additional things here. So, with Nelvaria's, she's using a villager that works very well for this earth elemental concept, being Pocahontas, who's tied into Force and the Willows, right? They've given themselves this really fun eye type and makeup, colored the skin green, kind of like a forest nymph here. Very cool, very cool. I also like the Bambi topiary and the Thumper topiary. Even got one of the new hedgehogs in here. Good foreground elements with the new flowers. I like that. And then we have the stone fence in the back. Some good earthy houses like the witch house. Oh, and I love that you're using the new raccoon little vantage point here. That's cool. That's cool. Definitely ties well into the earth concept. Lighting, the highlight and saturation here is also very good. And you have the sun behind the camera. Overall, very solid. That's why on the last one, when I was looking at this, I was thinking, maybe including a companion would be good. Just because there will be some snaps you can pop up against that I think are going to be using companions, villagers in creative ways. Not something you absolutely have to do this week, but it could be good. Could be good. Overall, I think this is very solid, though. The colors are on point. I think it clearly captures the theme. Well done, Nelvaria. Ems is next. Oh, I love your outfit for this, Ems. I love the, you're just like a big old lettuce wrap. Very nice. I went with Earth. Also, try to avoid lettuce right now if you live, don't eat Taco Bell lettuce, guys. You probably all heard about that. I went with Earth. I played around with the color temperature for the first time to get a green wash over the photo. As always, thank you for your help. Well, you did a good job making sure it didn't darken the photo, so that's nice. I love the green highlights in the background with these green lights you have back here. I will say, you do have an opportunity to add just a little bit more of that green light on this left-hand side. So it stops right here. So another green light back here would be nice, because if we look at the rest of your build, the green light goes all the way to the other side, but then it stops abruptly right here. So a little green light right here is going to seal off that entire backdrop for you. And yeah, I think that would be a nice little addition. I do love the outfit. Good job with the eyeshadow, with the makeup, the hair. Very fun, very fun. Jen, thank you, my friend. Jen coming in with a big 277. We got 66.69 on the board here. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, overall, very fun, very fun. Lots of green. I think, like I said, the outfit here is very solid. I think this is going to be a competitive week because there's just so many good snaps. Next up is Dreamer. She is under the sea. Under the sea, so water elemental. I actually like the motif kind of wrapping around you here. That's pretty fun. Though it would be a little bit more convincing if the motif didn't go over your dress here on the edge. Like if you were able to position the motif to where it actually went behind your dress. Like, you see how this little piece here goes in front of it? We want it to look like it's wrapping around you. So if you could adjust the motif to where, you know, it doesn't show it in front of the dress. You want the front piece of the motif here in front of the dress, of course. But this piece right here, it's very subtle, though. Now, I do like that you have, like, this under-the-sea kind of vibe. Like, you have these fish swimming around with Dory, and we have little sandwich fish here. Very cool. Other items that can be really good here, Dreamer, starfish, you know, I think could be really fun. And I do like that you have some of your flowers, like, glowing, but we have these kind of in the back here that aren't. I would go ahead and water these with the, with that same enchanted potion here, too, because you have a couple flowers back here. This one is in the honey pot, though. That's why that one's not going to glow. I would just get rid of the honey pot one, and I would put more of the regular flowers in, because they look like glowing seaweed. They're pretty cool. Definitely need to consider boosting your character lighting here, just so we can see the avatar a little bit better. I think boosting your character lighting would be nice. And you don't really need the moon, right? Because we're underwater. We want the stars in the sky to look like bubbles. That's how a lot of people pull off these underwater scenes. So it's going to be tricky with the moon here. I mean, the moon is pretty, but if you had those stars going all the way across the sky so they all look like bubbles, that would be really cool. And don't forget about the trick you can do with the pillars, right? You know how you can look through a pillar? So, like the pillar of trust, you know those pillars? You can look through a pillar and make it look like water, like light gleaming through water. It's really cool. I just gotta find a pillar and I can show you what I mean. I don't know if this is too far away. Not quite close enough. Can I squeeze in here? Of course I can't. Did they fix it? Does it not work anymore? Or does it just not work with this one? Maybe maybe he patched it out. Or maybe that one doesn't work. I don't know. Because we used to be able to look through these pillars and get a cool light effect. I guess they patched it out. That's too bad. Because that was a really, really cool way to, like... Yeah, it doesn't do it anymore. That's pretty sad. Oh, well. Yeah. Looks like that's not an option. Another great feature gone. Well, it is what it is. But yeah, overall, very, very fun. Very fun, Dreamer. You know, since you're underwater, can't really have too many villagers wandering around, so the motifs will have to work here. Definitely recommend the character lighting, though. Takai went for the Earth vibe. Okay. Very pretty outfit here. I am seeing for a lot of Earth builds, though, Takai. It seems like a lot of people are going with this kind of woodland nymph kind of vibe. So very different take here with, you know, the avatar being more of a normal human, but it doesn't go against the theme. So, you know, ultimately, the reason I bring it up is if this turns out to be very popular this week, these different kind of avatar designs that like play up like a woodland spirit could be good to consider that as well, if we end up seeing it a lot. But I do love the deep green of the eyes here. The hedgehogs look adorable. You got one jumping up here. You have the green one in your arms here. Little Bambi topiary, some little frogs. And I love like the hanging acorns and items behind you. You even got like the rushing wind here. And some green behind. Looks like you're using the green smoke bombs for the seal in the back. Yeah, overall, very pretty, Dakai, very pretty. Great use of your companions, great use of the environment. Lots of green, definitely captures the earth vibes, definitely on theme. And you got some good foreground elements here with like more greenery. So overall, very solid, very solid. Zombie is next. Hey, Zabai, here is my starters. I really love both, but I was wanting to hear your thoughts and suggestions first. Okay, so we have option number 1, and then we have option number 2. Okay, so kind of like a post-apocalyptic overgrown scene. Like we have like crumbling buildings, like Earth reclaiming nature. It reminds me of the challenge Nature Takeover. So a very fun twist on the theme here. You know, it is different because what we're seeing for the most part with these earthy scenes is like everything in the scene is, you know, kind of tied into that element. Whereas this one, it's more man-made stuff, but Earth is overclaiming it. So it still definitely works. I like the green smoke bomb here. Now, between the two, they're both good options. The saturation and boldness of the colors on this one, I think, are going to help it pop more in the voting phase. However, I do like the angle of this one a little bit better. I just, you know, I think this one would likely perform better because of the heightened color. This one allows us to see into the scene a little bit better, though. So a combination of both of these, I think, would be the best of both worlds, honestly. And it looks like you have dragonflies up and about. That's why you have the net, so we're using the dragonflies. Might be a good idea to use the butterflies as well, even though that would kind of double down. The reason I would say to add the butterflies is because they're a little bit more noticeable than the dragonflies. Since a lot of people vote on small screens, if you can get some pretty big butterflies flapping around in here, you know, it'll be even more clear what you're doing with this storytelling here. But yeah, very different, you know, playing up the post-apocalyptic kind of scene and then having technology present. Probably not something we're going to see a lot of, but it can definitely still perform well. I like the foreground elements with the potted flowers here. That looks really good with these flower cauldrons. And even like the gears on the ground with the grass kind of overgrowing. Yeah, very cool. I love the way you hung the willow here. It reminds me a lot of my Nature Takeover snap, to be honest. Very cool. Crafty Joe is next. We got an underwater scene, and this one is indoors. Very cool, very cool. So we have two options here. There's this one here, plays up a bit more the green. I do love the ceiling you chose here. And yeah, definitely did a good job giving it this like underwater feel for an indoor build. Now this one's fun too. I like the blue a lot. You know, one thing we're seeing a lot this week with these elemental snaps is people really focusing on playing up a particular color that ties into that element. Though the green also works. You know, this works well too. I will say the pose looks a bit more natural and beautiful in this one because it's a very natural, very beautiful smile. Whereas in this one, you know, she's kind of smiling with both rows of teeth and she looks kind of scared. I think the beauty factor on this pose is a bit better, but the lighting, I think, here is a bit better. So, I think this may be your better option, but I would reconsider the pose to get to play up the avatar's beauty element a little bit more and choose an expression that has her looking a little less frightened. Like a nervous smile, you know? Kimberly is next. Hi, Senpai. Had to put something together quick this week because I'm having surgery on my right hand Friday and will be out of commission for a while. So did something simple, hopefully easy to adjust since I'm not sure how I'll be feeling all week. Appreciate any help you can provide. So splitting your scene here, huh? So you're going with fire over here and then looks like earth over here. Well, I mean, this ties in earth if you think about it, like the lava and stuff. It's fun. It's fun. Though what I'm seeing mostly this week, we'll have to see how many split scenes there really are. I think the reason we're not seeing too many splits this week is because with the challenge being in your element, you know, they're intentionally not going plural there. I am sure we will see other split scenes, though. Like, I would guess LOTR probably did one. She always likes doing the tri-splits. But I think that's probably why we're seeing so many people focus on one element. But, I mean, you know, the challenge does say capture the magic of the elements. So you could definitely do that. It also says showcase your favorites. So, you know, so yeah, you could definitely do more than one element if you want. The tricky thing there is there's going to be a lot of snaps that, you know, are really, really playing up that one element they choose and highlighting it very, very well. So when you do a split, you just want to make sure there's a lot of good detail on either side and you're really showcasing that element. So if this side is fire, because we have, like, you know, the lava, right? You know, but we also have rain, and then we have, like, the purple trees. I would kind of play up the fiery colors on the right a bit more, maybe red trees. And do we really need the clouds? You know, do we need the rain clouds? Unless you're just trying to do all elements in one. But it might, you know, that might be a little ambitious. The other thing, too, is when you do lava with these rugs, I highly recommend using the Storybook Veil items, like the magma rocks, right? You can put your own magma rocks in here. You can make this really look like lava. There's some super cool stuff you can do. Let me go to my Dreamsnap folder real quick. I'll show you what I mean. So when you use the orange leaf rugs to create lava, you can do some pretty cool stuff with it. So you can use volcanic rock, and you can use magma rocks. And that's going to really, you know, it's going to give you this flow of lava into these leaf rugs, which is going to look, it's going to make it look very realistic in terms of, like, the lava, right? Versus having just the leaves, you know, just a little bit of added detail there. Could be very good if you're feeling up to it. Just depends on how you're feeling. The other thing about showcasing so many different elements is that, you know, your avatar is one element. So on the left-hand side, it's like earth and water, and on the right-hand side, it's kind of like water and fire. So, I mean, it could work out. It's a very pretty scene. You got a lot of really beautiful color here. Though, again, you know, it is an ambitious take on the challenge, and you know, judging by what we're seeing so far, everybody seems to be kind of fixated on really playing up one particular element for the in your element kind of aspect there. But again, the challenge did say you can highlight the magic of the elements, plural, so you can definitely do something like this. But how will it perform against shots that are very direct and very focused on one particular element? I would say, if, you know, the best thing you could do for a scene like this would just be to, you know, get some great added detail in there. Like if you're going to do like the lava, I would definitely add some detail in here. And I hope you heal up well, Kimberly. I hope you heal up well. GG, very fun avatar here. I love the antlers here. We got this golden orb here. Got the lettuce wrap dress. I love that you're using so many companions. You know, we talked about that earlier. I think one of the first snaps we reviewed, you know, we have a great avatar design and a very, you know, earthy environment here. But as far as being competitive, you know, we see other earthy designs that are playing up villagers and playing up pets. And then we get to yours, and you have all these fantastic pets within the scene. You know, we have Miko, we have different raccoons, we have foxes, we have hedgehogs, we have bunnies, we have squirrels, we have skunks. Very good, very good. I love the green puffs from the smoke bombs here, and then this green silhouette around the avatar. Even have the green spirit flames or storyteller fire here. So very good job playing up the greens in the environment, and I love the avatar design. I think this will do very well. It's just very competitive. You know, the way you're playing with lighting, the way you're creating silhouettes, the fact that you have that sun behind the camera casting good light into the scene, and the fact that you're utilizing all these fantastic critters, I think is going to elevate the wow factor here. And getting the camera on the ground while you're in this seated pose allows you to highlight the avatar very well. So exceptionally well done here, Dree. A very strong earth element. Snowdrop is next. Alrighty, Snowdrop said, Unsure about the mushroom motif the avatar's holding, but I think it works. Thank you for the review. It does. I mean, you have it positioned very well. Though there are other motifs that are going to look a lot more natural, like the light orb. There's some motifs in the game, like you could even hold a green flame like it was magic. So I know you're doing earth, but it could be seen as like earth magic. The motif I'm talking about here, if you did the wishful thinking star path, that is. If you did not do it, then you wouldn't be able to use this, but this one looks very, like, realistic, you know, and this could also work good, like, could be, like, earth magic if you wanted. I mean, but if you'd rather use the mushroom, it is very much on theme, and I think you'll be fine. I don't think anybody's gonna be like, oh, no, the mushroom doesn't look real enough. There are motifs, though, that are designed to work very well, that almost look like they're naturally part of the scene, so things like this could work very well. The other green one we showcased. And the other thing I would recommend here, Snowdrop, would be companions. You know, you don't have to use this many, like, you know, all these critters and get them all perfectly placed like this. But just having a couple of critters kind of walking around in the back could be very good for your snap here. But yeah, I love the giant mushrooms, love the green the green dragonflies here. The fireflies up the top. Very good choice on the hairpiece here. And the other thing I would consider would be avatar customization. Again, you know, something we see a lot of these earth element snaps doing is creating kind of these woodland nymph type characters. And I think these are going to perform well, that extra bit of detail on the avatar. I mean, you have good makeup, you have a good headpiece, but, you know, there are ways you can have the avatar look even more magical, like an earth elemental, if you will. So, I think it'd be good to consider that, or at least try some different angles of approach with the avatar. See if you can play it up even more, just to be competitive against some of these snaps that are also doing this. You know, things like the green skin, the darker green eyeshadows, things like, you know, we see some interesting choices for, like, the hair colors here. Now, you did have your hair colored green as well. But, you know, could be fun to consider. Oh, and do you know how to get your eyes to be super bright? Like we see... Well, we see it here with the bright blue. But we see it here with the eyes. You see how vibrantly green these eyes are? So, if you want your eyes to look like this, like super green, and maybe you are doing this, maybe it's just the lighting that made it not look as bright, but we're using eye option number 8. You don't want to use 1 through 4, the normal ones. Instead, you're going to come down here to number 8. At first, it's going to have red pupils. You're going to change those to whatever color you want. And then your yellow here, you can just make that whatever color you want. And the reason we like this one is because you get way, way more vivid color in the iris than you do on the default eyes. So that could be good for yours as well. Marie is next. I don't have a lot of time to put into the snap this week. I threw some things together real quick. I'll have tomorrow to make changes. A little nervous. My first not sunset snap in a while. Well, you still have great lighting. When it comes to the sunset time of day, I've got plenty of snaps that are not taken at the sunset time of day because sometimes where I am is just not going to allow for that because it'll be in the shade. So, for example, this snap, you know, this is the midday lighting. But we boosted saturation quite a lot here to get the colors to look similar to the sunset scenes to allow the snap to still be competitive based on what the voters seem to gravitate towards. So, in the midday lighting, I typically use a 0.6 saturation boost, and it really helped the colors kind of play out very vibrantly here. So, it looks like you have boosted your saturation, but, you know, if you wanted to boost it more, you totally could. I like the rushing wind here, and since we're not getting light back here, so, you know, your trees are kind of shadowed, the light is kind of over you, you can always add a few little fireflies, just a tasteful amount. You know, you don't have to go crazy, but that would, you know, contrast really well with the shaded green we have in the back. Now, you are getting some great shades of green down here at the front. I like the moss. I love the character design. And this motif is actually really cute. Yeah, I like the leaf motif. That's fun. Aside from that, you could also consider companions. You know, just a couple. If you attach them to a companion house, I know you're hiding a squirrel here, but you can always put a little pet ball here or here out of the frame. Maybe you get a couple little pets to walk in if you wanted to. It's not something you absolutely have to do. And lastly, something very easy would be to add some green street lights or green smoke bombs behind your bamboo here, where we can kind of see through the bamboo. We can get a nice green glow. If you do street lights pretty close, you can, or if you do the smoke bombs pretty close, some of that green smoke or that green light can kind of fade through your bamboo a little bit, and that could look really cool. Reptile Mom is next. We have a water snap here. Okay, so going with the, well, it's kind of water, kind of earth, right? You have the rain, and then you have a good bit of blue behind you, and you're wearing blue, and you have the river kits on the side, but then we have all the trees in the back. So this is a bit different than a lot of the In Your Element water scenes we've come across. So a lot of people are making it look like they're underwater. So we have these kind of snaps, like this indoor one that's using the aquariums, and they built this whole like ocean floor scene in the house. And then Dreamers is outdoors using nighttime, using the stars in the sky to look like bubbles, and also creating an ocean surface. And with both of these snaps, you'll see that the avatar is wearing this kind of ocean wave gown. This one has the ocean wave hair as well. And they've styled the avatar. See how the avatar is blue? This one has like scales. She looks like a underwater, like a mermaid almost, right? Like some kind of underwater nymph. And we get similar vibes here. It's a pretty scene. You have good balance. But the tricky thing here is that if you're going water, if you're going to be doing water, if that's the element you're wanting to highlight, I think there's ways you can make the whole scene about that, and you don't have to rely so much on trees for the backdrop, or like, you know, Tiana's Foods, like the water tower. You know, it's a water tower. But, you know, we see the outside of it, which is, again, more earthy because you're seeing those wood notes. This could work, though. It just depends on what it pops up against, you know, and it is cool that you have, like, you know, the water on each side and the blue in the outfit. So if it pops up against the right things, it could definitely work. The other thing that's worth mentioning is getting the camera on the ground. I don't have time to show you how to do it, but I've shown it like a million times on stream. But that's how this, you know, this avatar here is doing the same pose as you. Same exact pose. But look at how small you are compared to them. It's because Dree here is crouching in selfie mode and then standing up and immediately switching into portrait mode, and the camera stays on the ground. So the camera's on the ground here, allowing her to highlight her avatar very well. We talk about this all the time. If you're using seated poses, it is a great thing to consider. So, you know, you could highlight the avatar better that way, and also think about how you can make the avatar more of a water spirit. You have a lot of blue on, but what are you doing to communicate water aside from color, right? So this one is communicating earthiness with the antlers, and with a dress made out of, you know, these, we call it the lettuce wrap, right? So they have this lettuce wrap dress, and they have antlers. We look at other underwater snaps, or water elemental snaps, and they've used face paint to give themselves scales. They've turned their skin blue. They've got an ocean dress. They've got ocean hair. A lot of cool stuff going on. Yo! Hello! Jenny, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, good to see you. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. By the way, Little Lakes, I did message Dreamlight Valley's community manager about you. So, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Wings of a Daydream is next. We have some good options here. So option number 1, very cool. I love that you're including Ariel and Ursula here. Option number 2, a fire elemental. Okay, very cool. And then option, oh my god, you did one for each of the 3 elements. The major 3 elements, that is. So we have an earthy one, we have a fiery one, and we have a watery one. Now, what I love about all of these wings is that in each of them, you're playing up some very ideal villagers here. Hard to say. These are very good wings. My personal favorite between the 3, though, I'm going to have to say is the Earth Snap. I really love the framing here. I really love how you have the avatar and this arch kind of wrapped around her, almost like a perfect picture frame. Pocahontas over here, Tinkerbell here, the Thumper Topiary. You even have a little Miko kind of right behind you, and the avatar looks stunning in this snap. I like that you layered 2 motifs here. So you have the little sprig motif, and you also have the light ball motif. It's almost like you're holding a magical seed. Really clever way to use your motifs here. The lighting and color here is really nice, and I love the makeup. You're using the eye trick we discussed to get those very vibrant, bright green eyes. And I love the hint of the orange blush to pair with the orange petal dress here. Just a lot of things that are very nice about this snap. Now, you could go with this. A lot of strengths here. Also, a lot of strengths here. Honestly, I think all of these have a great shot at 4K, but if you want my personal opinion, I think this one is my favorite between the 3. Very strong. Other people may disagree, you know, it's just personal preference. I would say it probably goes in this order. I like this one the most, then this one, then this one, but they're all very good. All of them are very fun. Now, I haven't seen a lot of fire snaps yet. I've seen a lot of earth and a lot of water. So if you want to do something that'll stand out and be a bit different, I think the fire option is going to be great. I mean, there are plenty of good fire snaps. We'll see them as we review. But I do love the storyteller fires here on the side, the fireworks, the sun temple here, the way you've lined up the path with these magma rocks. Just a very, very solid job overall. That's why this one's my second favorite. But yeah, very good job here, Wings. I do think the avatar just looks stunning here. And I love the heavy abundance of green and how you've mixed in these other colors as well, like the orange from the dress, the orange on the blush, and the pink from the lotus house in the back. It's just a very, very nice, very balanced snap. Absolutely beautiful work. All 3 of these options are amazing. Meredith is next. This is my first draft for the week. I chose fire. I also brought villainous villagers in. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this snap. I hope you had a great vacation. Thank you again for your time in review. Of course, my friend, of course. Let's take a look, Meredith. All right. So we got some fiery villagers here. We have Hades. We have Jafar. We have Scar. So the villains, I think you've got a good choice here. But for a fiery snap, do you have Storybook Veil? I mean, you have Hades, so you do. I would consider Maleficent. She has a pose where she explodes with green flame. And Hades has a pose where he holds flame in his hand. Now, if you pause Hades, that flame will eventually go away. That's why it's not here. So I would say when you're about to snap your photo, you can toggle Hades back and forth on that and then snap it while he's got the fire. Also, something to consider here, Meredith, would be fire companions. So, I don't know if you have the Fiery Phoenix, but that could be very good. And there's also some great red trees. Fireworks can work really well for a fire scene. You see these fireworks? We have the Mushu fireworks. Those are free. Anybody can get those. It's a level 2 friendship reward from Mushu. So, there are some things you can do here to make this even more competitive. And then also, I would be considerate of how you style the avatar. You see this fiery avatar? They're holding the Fire Raven. They have Maleficent, like we discussed. Hades, like we discussed, 2 villagers that, you know, have some fire elements to them. And they've styled the avatar red, given them red eyes, yellow eyeshadow. Now, you have a great outfit here, but you can also style, you know, you can change your skin tone. There's some fun things you can do here. I do like the hair. And then lastly, you know, instead of showing so much blue sky, you could put some big red large maples up here, the big red maple trees. Just add even more red and show less blue in the snap, less sky. Also, again, fireworks could be very nice for that. Now, the other thing I would consider here would be in your backdrop where we can kind of see through your snap. And we talk about this a lot. Sealing off your snap is a great competitive play. So if you have the new smoke bombs, you can make those, you know, the orangish color, and you can fill them in back here. That's going to, you know, fill out. It's going to get rid of these blue patches. It's going to make it even more orange and fiery here in the back. And you can do the same thing on this side. That is it. I mean, and you do have them because you have one right here. You have one right here. You just might need to buy more from Scrooge. So if you had one back here, essentially you would fill out these openings. And if you look at a lot of high-ranking players that tend to perform very well, you'll see that they're doing the same. They're sealing their snap off so we can't see through it. Notice here in Wings of a Daydream, in their snap, we have an opening right here, but we can't see through it. It's just green light. So they put a smoke bomb right back here of green light, and we see the same thing here on the right-hand side. So, you know, if these high-performing players are doing this every week, which they are, you know, you got to ask yourself, why am I not doing that? You know, is that something that could help impact my results? And if you look at a lot of the snaps in the higher ranges of 4K, this is something you see very consistently. So I would consider that as well. Jedi Lauren, beautiful snaps here. I love this avatar design. The hairstyle is so cool. Very fun, very fun. And again, you know, doing a great job really playing up your element with this avatar customization, changing the skin tone, you know, really going the extra mile here. And then we have an ocean-themed one. This one's also very cool. I think I should put this on my thumbnail. I did like yours and Mama Duke's, like a fire and water, which were really cool. But I love that you're using these new fountains. These actually look really good here. The ones that kind of go in the water, but I love that you have these like water jets shooting up on the sides. This abundance of blue. This is a beautiful scene. Now, this one has a bit more depth and detail because we can see further back. We don't have anything right behind you like the giant clam that's kind of obstructing the scene. And we do get to see a lot more of the environment. And I do think the avatar customization here is a little bit stronger. But I do love the foreground here. And I do love the water jets here. I mean, they're honestly both great options. They're both great options. I think both are going to have a strong chance at 4K here. Again, some of the competitive snaps we're seeing are playing up things like villagers and companions as well. Not always going to matter unless you match up against those in a 1v1 scenario, like these snaps, like this Earth snap that has a great Earth Elemental and it's playing up all these pets. You know, that could be tough if you matched up against a snap like that. But you don't really have a lot of room for the extra pets. Maybe a little bird flying around could be good. Again, both of these are really solid. This one, I think, is more likely to get away with not using the pets or villagers because we don't have enough depth to really add them, right? Everything is really close in, but it is beautiful. So both of these are very good options for you. They're both very good options. Yeah, I honestly would have a hard time picking between the two. I can't tell you which one I like more because I like them evenly. I will say, though, with a lot of the watery snaps, you know, we've seen people do some interesting things with the skin, just like you're doing with this one here. I do love the hair here. But yeah, great lighting, great foreground, really good avatar on both. I might like the water one even more, because honestly, I haven't seen any super strong water ones yet. I've seen some good ones. I've seen some good water ones. Like, you know, we saw this indoor one that was pretty fun. And we saw Dreamer's kind of outdoor one, but it is rather dark. So we talked about the character lighting and ways to make this stronger. But from what I've seen so far, Jedi, I think this is the strongest water submission I've seen at this point in the stream. So, you know, if you end up wanting to go water, I definitely think this will stand out. Lunaris is next. Hey, Hey, Simba, I hope you guys had a good vacation. I couldn't decide if this needed characters or not, and if so, which ones to add. So I decided against it for now. Let me know if you think there are any that would go well, or you think it's good on its own, and of course, any other suggestions you may have. Okay. Well, Lunaris, what I've been seeing for a lot of fire snaps, there are 2 very good villagers you can use that have really great poses that are going to work fantastic with the fire concept. Number 1 would be Hades. Number 2 would be Maleficent. Maleficent has an animation you can toggle on where she explodes with green flame. Now, I know the flame is green, and you're playing up the natural flame colors. And, you know, Hades has both red and blue flame, but they can work well. Now, with that said, you don't absolutely have to have villagers. You do have a great companion here. Sometimes a really good companion is all you need, you know? You don't always have to have villagers, and if you want to keep this snap more of the natural colors of fire, I probably would not add them. Now, we do see it work very well here, right? So here's another snap similar to the one you have here. And they have a fire elemental scene, and they've included Hades and Maleficent. And we can see her flame kind of rising up around her. So they can look really good in this kind of scene. But in yours, you know, they would look good here, but I think it's going to look fine without it. I just love the way you got the smoke bombs, the pyro boxes, these little silhouettes around the orange flowers in the front, the shiny rubies. You know, you're doing a really good job playing up these, like, fiery colors. And I also love the red dress. I love the necklace, the laurel, and even the pose with the fiery phoenix. This just looks really cool. I don't know if there's a way to get the avatar to be a little bit more expressive, but that could be fun. Like in this one, she's kind of smirking, which I think fits the fiery nature, you know? She's got, like, one eyebrow kind of cocked back, and, you know, she's got her lip curled in a smirk here. I think it fits that, like, you know, fiery vibe. So whether or not you choose to do something like that, totally up to you. And you might not want to go with the red skin. Maybe it'll be too much with the red dress. But I mean, this red dress looks great with the red skin as well. Again, more of an optional thing. Overall, I really like your scene, though. I think even if you didn't do any changes, if you kept it exactly like it is right now, I think it has a great shot at 4K. So try not to spiral. You know, if you do adjust anything, keep this one saved to your gallery because it is a very strong snap. I love the way you did the colors here. Definitely one of my favorite fire snaps I've seen so far. Another thing to consider, though, if you do add any little details, would be the magma rocks. These magma rocks, the ones that you can drop from your pockets, these little guys right here, they're so good for lava builds. And they're very small. They only take up, you know, one little square, one little placement square. So you can fit them in all kinds of nooks and crannies. You don't have a lot of openings for them, but they can go really well around the orange leaf rugs. That is if you know, again, you don't really need to do much with this. I think it's very strong, Lunaris. Skylar is next. We have another Earth Elemental scene. Use the new outfit here. Very fun. And you have the antlers. I do think in this case, it would be very good to maybe color your skin a different shade. Green skin here with like a darker green eyeshadow and a dark green lip is going to look really nice. The reason I really think that's something you should consider here is because you have a lot of brown in the hair and we have a lot of brown on the outfit. And then we have these green glowing orbs here. We can balance out the middle of this photo with some more green if we style our makeup that way and style the skin that way too. I think it's going to balance out the entire scene really well. So you'll have this perfect blend of green and brown, which are these really good earthy notes. So that would be my main recommendation for this snap. And we see that very, we see how well that works with the antlers here. You know, we have the green skin, the dark green lip, the dark green eyeshadow, the green eyes, the antlers. It is going to give you more of a woodland nymph kind of feel because you still feel very human except for the antlers. So I think if you played up the makeup a bit differently and the skin tone, you can really lean into that earth element even more. Overall, very fun snap. DVS Brat felt so inspired this week, so I knocked it out early. Eager to hear your thoughts. Thank you for your advice, of course, of course. So we have a fire snap here. Okay. So we have the Storyteller fires in the back. You have these red Eternity Isle lamps. We have a couple volcanoes here. Well, you're definitely playing up the fire element very well here. I don't know if you have pyro boxes, but you've been playing for a while, so you probably do. Don't forget about those pyro boxes, DVS Brat. They are amazing for a fire scene. You can see the pyro boxes triggering right here behind the avatar. That's why I was telling Lunaris, I don't think they need to change anything about this. This is just an amazing fire scene. And they're also using the smoke bombs. So smoke bombs plus pyro boxes plus the Phoenix. You know, a lot of really good details in there. So I see you have the smoke bombs, but the pyro boxes can be really good as well. And I would have your orange leaf rugs go even further down. I don't think you need the green down here at the base of the shot. Again, if we look at this snap here, they have their fire rugs kind of come all the way down, and then they bring some little poppies, these orange poppies into the base, and then they bring these red bushes into the bottom left and bottom right here. So they're using fiery colors in the foreground, where on yours, you know, we're using green colors. You do have fiery colored flowers, but you got to remember the base of them is like all green. And another thing to consider, DVS Brat, is the meta. You know, it is very common in the 4K range for the camera to be closer to the avatar. It's extremely common. About 70 to 80% of all the snaps in the 4K range are using this technique. And considering that, you know, there's a reason why so many of them are. It's because they're getting votes. They're getting votes by doing this. So we know voters love this. We know voters love being able to see the avatar up close. I would always be considerate of that because, you know, part of getting 4K is winning votes. Now, it's not always going to matter. You can pop up against lesser snaps. You can pop up against snaps that aren't doing that, and you can still find yourself in 4K. Anyone that does the theme can get 4K. That's all it takes. But it's not going to work every time. Now, if you do the theme and you deliver exactly what voters like, you'll find yourself in 4K pretty much every time. So I would consider that. Bree is next. Hope you're having fun on your trip. Looking at some others and seeing scoring. I wonder if I need to add more of it. Also, Birder Dragon, thank you for the tips. Okay, so we got this one here. Very cool. A very different style take for the earth element. And then we have this one here. Why not both? You know, you don't have to use one or the other. So what you could do here, Bree, is you could use a cozy companion home, right? And you can hide there's a little bird stand. It's a little companion stand that the birds want to interact with. You can hide it behind you right here to where we can't see it. And then you can attach the Phoenix to a house over here on the left that we can't see, or a house behind the camera that we can't see, and the Phoenix will fly into the scene. So while you're posing with the dragon, the Phoenix can be flying in the background. Now, I love that you get the pyro boxes. I love the orange hue in the back here. That's really fun. And also, I think you paused your dragon and the fire effect goes away, I would just play it instead of pause it and wait for him to do the fire breathing and then snap your photo. That way you can get that fire breath coming out. That's going to work really well, I think, for your scene here. So yeah, I like the scorched earth kind of feel here. It is very fun. I love the way you got the colors in the back. The fireworks are also very nice. Now you're using the Night Show Starpath fireworks. Just FYI, the Mushu fireworks have a lot more red. They play very well with the fire kind of concept. So yeah, you could definitely use both. But between the two scenes, I think this one is certainly the stronger of the two as it stands right now. This one, you have so much steam and mist at the front that we don't get those fiery colors quite as much. And in this one, we get a really good look at the, that fiery scene. If you want anything in your backdrop, you could use twisted dead trees. So it looks like they've been claimed by the fire. That could work really well and fill out your skyline a little bit. You don't have to go too crazy with them, but a few could be nice. Sunshine. We have 2 sunshines now. Hello, Senpai. I spent so many hours on this trying to get everything perfect for this one. I tried to do something a little different than other Dream Snaps I had seen for the same category. I took your advice for the lighting from my past Dream Snap I submitted. Overall, I'm pretty happy with it. And as always, appreciate your input. Okay. So playing up water. I do like that you're kind of holding this water spout here. That's cool. Also, good job utilizing villagers here. I do think instead of Tiana, wouldn't it make a bit more sense to maybe have Ariel? You know, Moana is tied directly into water, directly into the ocean. And Tiana does play into the bayou vibes. But I think when it comes to a scene like this, where you have like a ship and, you know, almost like an ocean kind of vibe here, I do think Ariel could be a bit better towards the front of the scene. Because she's going to have, you know, I think she's going to match Moana in terms of that oceanic property. So, you know, you could do her default style, or you could do her purple dress style. But yeah, I think she would be great to have in here. Little bubbles here at the front are fun. And yeah, you have lots of water all throughout the scene. Little pirate ship here, or the Eric ship. We can see the sand under the ship, though. If you want to hide that, to where it doesn't look like it's on the, you know, in the sand. I have a little example for you. So I have this big river kit set up in the back here. And it looks like the ship is not in the sand, but it is. So the river kit actually ends right here, but you can't see it. And then where you could see the sand, I put a bunch of reeds around it, like a bunch of reeds. So there's reeds here, and then we have reeds here, and that's hiding that sand that the ship is sitting on. That way it looks like it's in the water. So that could be worth considering here. You know, trying to design it in a way to where we can't necessarily see that the ship is not in the water. The other thing to consider is the Dreamsnap meta that we talk about all the time. You know, getting that camera close to the avatar for seated poses. There's some great ways to do that. But if you did that here, you would end up having to redesign your snap. Because it will, you know, you're at the regular angle right now. And this, you know, you would have to move your villagers. You'd have to change quite a bit. So this is why I would recommend doing this when you start your build. Because if you were to try to do it now, you're going to have to change a lot of things. But what we're talking about here is going into selfie mode, crouching, and then when you uncrouch, you switch to portrait mode. Like that. Now we can do a seated pose, and we're right at the front of the shot. We're right there in front of the camera, instead of, you know, kind of hidden at the bottom. So you're going to look pretty tiny here. Still, though, you know, it's a solid scene. You got some good water. I don't know if you got those new fountains from the premium shop a few weeks ago. The ones that kind of shoot, like, you know, we saw them in, I believe, Jedi Lauren's Ocean Snap. And also, when it comes to Dreamsnap Sunshine, you said, I try to do something a little different from other Dreamsnaps. Let me give you a word of advice. Let me give you a big word of advice here. This is going to apply to everybody. Don't let what other people are doing dictate what you do. If you, basically, you just need to focus on the theme. If you start looking at a bunch of other Dreamsnaps and you're like, oh, now I can't do that because so-and-so did it. That is a trap, guys. That is a trap. It is not necessary to do that. You do not have to try to find some kind of way to do something different from everybody else. In fact, it's actually a lot safer to, because you got to keep in mind, if a lot of people are doing something, these people are voters. These are the voters. You don't want to copy their snap, but you don't have to like break away from what works just to be different in hopes of having that be why you did well. It typically doesn't work that way. You'll see a lot of similar snaps in the 4K range because the voters like similar things. There are things that we see every week in the 4K range, things just like this, where, they play up the avatar close to the camera. Again, we can see that in a lot of our high-ranking players. If you look at a lot of the players here that tend to perform very well on average, that tend to consistently stay in that 4K range. They're not in and out. They're staying there for months at a time, sometimes years. They are following a similar playbook, but their snap doesn't just look like everyone else's. Every snap is going to be different, guys. You don't have to try to be different. As long as you're not copying somebody's entire snap, your snap will be different. And you also have to consider, in the voting phase, it's literally just a 1v1. It's not you versus everyone else simultaneously. So I wanted to touch on this because I see this a lot, and I see a lot of people end up overworking their snap and even sometimes end up not delivering the theme as well as other players did because they get so hung up in the fact that, like, well, I was going to do that, but I saw a lot of other people do that, so now I can't do that. That is not true. That is not true. You could do a similar style as to this, and it's still going to be completely different. The only way your snap will feel like somebody else's is if you rip it off. If you just copy everything they did. Like if I took this snap and I did the same hair, the same antlers, the same dress, the same pose, the same ball of light, the same decor, the same pets, then yeah, my snap is just like this one. But if I did an earthy snap close to the avatar and made the avatar look awesome and then added some pets and did my own thing, it's not going to look anything like this. Similar concepts, but that's because we're all doing the same theme. We're all doing the same theme. So just don't get super hung up in being different. And if you do tend to fall into that, maybe don't go around looking at a bunch of other dream snaps before you make your own. Make what you want to make and don't let other snaps push you away from that. As long as your snap is clearly delivering on the theme, and as long as you're incorporating the things that voters tend to gravitate towards, you'll have a very good shot at 4K. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that because I see that all the time. I see all the time people being like, well, I really wanted to do something different. And it's funny because the people that tend to stay in 4K, they always follow that same playbook. They're always making snaps like this, where the background is not super far away. It fills out the frame really well. They're usually playing up close to the avatar. And this is because a lot of people vote on small screens. That's why this is successful. That's why a lot of voters gravitate towards things like this, because it's easy to see. It's easy to appreciate. They have strong lighting. They follow that playbook pretty much week after week after week after week. And they stay in that 4K range, sometimes in the top 100, sometimes in the top 5, because it works, and they know it works. So, and by the way, even though they're giving voters what the voters like, that doesn't mean they're not doing what they want to do. So, take, for example, Dree's snap here. She's doing everything voters tend to love, but sometimes people say, yeah, I'd rather have fun than do that. Why can't you have fun? To me, what makes Dream Snaps really fun is the challenge. The challenge of making something I'm going to enjoy making. The challenge of simultaneously doing that while delivering what voters like. And the challenge of just making my concept come to life. I usually don't have a picture in my head of what it's going to look like. I just place things as I go. And then go back into camera mode and look at it. So, you can give the voters what they like, and you can still have a lot of fun doing it. Okay, next up we got Delionica. Okay, very cool, very cool. I do love Pocahontas back here. The Storyteller Fire is very fun. Very cute pose on the avatar here. I do think maybe some companions here would be very nice. You do have Miko, but he's really far away. If you had some birds flying around, or you could do butterflies, because, you know, your eyes are kind of up. You're looking kind of towards the sky. So if you had something to look at, even though we can't see what you're looking at because it's past the camera, but if you had butterflies flapping about, you know, we could assume that you were looking at those. And you have bugs on your outfit here, so some butterflies could play very well here. Or you can do dragonflies. I also love that Pocahontas' arms are kind of open and you have this like arch of fireflies right above her. That's very pretty. And the other thing is, if you use cozy companion homes outside of your scene, you can put one back behind this tree here. You can have some critters walking in onto the side, maybe over here. That could play really well. Lastly, you're doing a great job filling out your background. So if we look here, you've got some green silhouette lights here, and you've got this green smoke bomb here. I would take that a step further and maybe have some more green smoke bombs behind the tree line back here. And yeah, you've got this side covered as well. So you filled out the photo really well, but I do think this green smoke bomb looks a lot better than this pale light here. I would buy more of these from Scrooge, and I would do the green smoke bomb back here. I would do one back here, and I would probably do one back here behind these trees as well, because that looks great. That looks great. The other thing to consider is avatar customization. Again, you know, we're seeing a lot of people that are styling their skin differently and doing really creative things with the makeup. So when it comes to, you know, not everybody's doing that, but I do think it's a really good way to play competitively and really lean into avatar design this week. Since it's all about the elements, your hair and your dress are really one with the elements, but you could make your character more like a forest nymph if she had a different color skin, something humans don't have. Could be really fun. Could be fun to consider. Overall, solid snap, playing up the meta well. Got the camera close to the avatar. You got great lighting here. It's a very pretty, very magical scene. Main things, I think, to make it more competitive would be utilizing more of these green smoke bombs to fill out your backdrop, utilizing more companions, and finding ways to be even more creative with your avatar. Little Jim is next. First attempt. Hope you had a good break. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. So you're doing 3 elements here. You got water, fire, and earth. Okay. So first off, avatar design here is fun. I do like the blue skin, the blue eyes, the watery hair, the ocean dress. And you're using that ancient fountain that shoots like the blue water streak, and it looks like you're interacting with it. So great job with the pose there. Hades over here on the left, Pocahontas over here on the right. Now, if you have Hades, that means you have Storybook Veil. I cannot stress to you how good the Storybook Veil pocket items are when you're trying to create lava. Volcanic rock, magma rocks. I know you got these because you got Hades. I know you have them in your storage. When you're making a dream snap, don't fall into the trap of just relying on what's in your furniture inventory. The players that are staying in 4K, the players that are constantly getting in the top 100, they are almost always thinking about what kind of pocket items they can add to their scene. What kind of stuff they can go get out of their storage and put into their scene. A very common play. A very common play. So flowers are probably one of the most common things people use from pocket items, but there's many other great items you can use. Again, for lava, you know, like you don't have to use the swords and shields or the demons. That was more of my storytelling here. But these magma rocks, these volcanic rocks, even things like beady soil, you know, these things can work really well to make these leaf rugs actually feel like a bed of lava. And then if you have things like pyro boxes, even better. I do love the colors here. Overall, it has a shot at 4K for sure. T-Dow, hey Senpai, hope you had a relaxing time away. I have 2 options this week, both really similar, just minor outfit changes and critter doing different things. I tried the chandelier of the deep trick on the right side of my foreground. It's just not working for me. Maybe it's the positioning of the sun. Not sure. I'd have to see it. I'm not sure where your sun is because I can't really see the shadows. I think it might be right behind the camera, maybe? I don't know. I mean, the left side's definitely getting a lot of light. I don't think you need to worry about it, though. I mean, there's not too much of a notable difference between this bush and this bush. Like, this one is a bit brighter, but it's not to the point... I mean, you're the designer of the snap, so of course you'll catch that, and it'll be a big deal to you, but you still got plenty of color here in this bottom right bush. It's not bad. It's not... I wouldn't overthink it. I wouldn't worry about it too much. You know, the chandelier of the deep is great, when something feels really shaded here, but this doesn't feel really shaded, so I don't think it's super necessary. Like, you know, some of the flowers that lean towards the left, and then the sun is on the back right, so they're just totally shaded. That's when that'll come in super handy, but I don't think you absolutely need it here. Now, between the two, both are good options. Both are good options. I do like the bird placement on this one a lot more. The extended wings kind of balances well with you here. On this one, you know, he's pretty far behind you. Your eyes are kind of going over there like you're expecting him to fly around. But I like on this one, he feels almost like he's your, you know, little buddy. He's just right next to you. One small thing I would consider here, if you want to add some more details to this, Tito, would be when you do your foresty backdrop. You know how you have these great smoke bomb effects back here to seal it off. Great job there, by the way. Some smaller trees kind of breaking up this pocket. Like one tree right here. Like a small tree. Doesn't need to be anything that goes up super far. To show you what I mean, in this backdrop here, we have our big canopy, all the big leaves up here. And when we look down, we have a small canopy. Or, you know, we have stuff under the canopy is what I'm getting at. So down here, instead of having a big open patch, you know, we have little trees kind of breaking apart some of that light, making it feel more like a thicker forest while still getting that beautiful light popping through. So, you know, a couple little trees back here to break up this pocket. You're still going to get the great green light coming through. It's just going to add some extra texture under this canopy here. And you can do the same. Well, this side doesn't really need it because you have the willow coming down here, and then this tree breaks it up really well here. So it's really more about this spot right here. I put a little tree in. Tanya is next. I made 2 snaps this week, water and fire. Which one should I submit? Okay, let's take a look. Oh, very cool. This is a super unique water one, Tanya. I really like this. This is super cool. This is why I was saying don't get too caught up in being different. Just design what comes to mind for you, and it will be different. You know, there's not going to be a single snap like this, you guys. There's going to be a lot of water snaps that wear this dress or that have this water, right? That have these waterfalls. But nothing is going to look quite like this. That's the nice thing about Dream Snaps. That's why, you know, if you end up falling into that trap, don't, you know, maybe don't go looking through hundreds of snaps before making your own and let them determine what you create. This is so beautiful. I love what you did here, Tanya. This is amazing. And now for your fire one here, this is also very cool. And look at that. You got my magma rocks in here. I love to see it. Volcanic stone also would work very well here. I love the scorched earth kind of feel to this too. Great job with the makeup. Great job with the avatar. You actually caught the dragon breathing fire, which is really fun. But between the two, Tanya, I'm going to have to say, this, I think, is my favorite water shot so far. A close second would be this one here. This one is also beautiful. Really love the framing on this. But man, you absolutely crushed it with this. It is gorgeous. And you really played up the beauty factor of the avatar here, doing that goose pose where she puts her hand out. It's just such an elegant pose. It adds so much beauty, like the pursed lip and the way you have that soft pink in there with the pink right above you. And you played in so many fun colors. I love the glowing algae in the back, and the fact that you did this at night was very clever because it really highlights that glowing algae. A lot of people are scared to do night shots. They're scared they won't perform well. But if you know how to make the most of night, it can be very good. When it comes to night shots, you're going to get more bang for your buck when you use items that are luminescent. So these luminescent lily pads, the luminescent glowing algae, the luminescent flowers here at the front, the luminescent rainbow in the back, the luminescent waterfalls from these waterfall items, and the luminescent fireflies, plus the luminescent aurora borealis. So this is just an expertly crafted night snap here. Character lighting is properly boosted, plenty of luminescent items, and then on top of that, we've got a nice boost to both highlight and saturation. Very, very well done here, Tanya. I feel like this is extremely likely for 4K. Absolutely beautiful water snap here. I mean, I think you captured the element so well. And the challenge did say to capture the magic of the elements. And boy, does this feel magical. I think this is a guaranteed 4K right here. Breathtaking scene. CR Bailey is next. We got another fire snap here. Okay, so big fire motif here on the side. You have the lava rugs here. And you're using the honey glider pose. That's cool because it gives some orange. Oh, I like that. I like that. Stitch's little devil costume is cute. All right, so a few things you can do to make this even stronger. Number one, you're taking your picture at night. I would boost your character lighting. Makes a big difference, right? Look at how well lit the character is here. Even though it's nighttime, they've adjusted the character lighting. So anytime you take a nighttime photo, always think about that character lighting. Your outfit glows, but your face does not. So we can't really see the details because I can tell you've got some details in there, but they're very hard to see. Great shot of Hades here as well. And I got two big recommendations for the setting itself. Number one, if you bought the smoke bombs, which I highly recommended everybody get if they play Dreamsnaps because they're definitely a new meta item. They're going to be in a lot of snaps. I would definitely have those in your background. They're going to add more color. They're going to add more of that fiery presence. So back here, like a bunch of different orange and yellow smoke bombs just kind of mixed in back here. You can do the same thing back here. You can put them behind the roots if you want. It's just going to add some really good fiery background because, you know, this is all fiery. We got lava here. We got lava here. We got fire here. And then we look back here and it's just green, you know. It doesn't vibe with the rest. But if we seal that off with some fiery smoke bombs and the Storyteller's Fire, which you have here, you know, kind of coming up, you can do smoke bombs and the Storyteller Fires back here as well. Now, the other recommendation is if you want to perform better in Dreamsnaps on average, if you want to have a better shot at staying in the 4K range, whenever you build your Dreamsnap, always ask yourself, what pocket items, what items from my storage could I consider? That's the difference between a lot of people that just happen to stay in 4K versus people that get 4K every now and then. Or, you know, they get 4K for a few weeks, then they miss, and then they're back to 4K. So what you'll see people like Beyblade, Mama Dukes, Dree, and myself and many others doing that tend to stay in the 4K range is we're always considered about what items from our storage are going to work well in our scene. And we've already discussed this a lot today. When building a lava scene, we literally have volcanic rock in the game. We have magma rocks in the game. Look at how well these things pair with the fiery leaf rug here. It really makes it feel more like a pool of lava. But when you just kind of keep it open like this, and you have these big furniture clumps in here, you have a lot of opportunity for detail. You know, you could add a bunch of those little magma rocks in here. I mean, you could really get this detailed to another level. Overall, solid though. Solid. Definitely captures the fire elemental and could definitely get 4K. Just depends on what it pops up against. There's some great snaps out there. Heathen Dove is next. Very pretty Heathen Dove. Very pretty. I like it. I like it. Another goose pose. One of my favorites. This one, you're holding the little orb of light. I like that. We had a great vacay. I was very inspired by Fantasia 2000 for this week's snap. I think it came out beautifully, but any advice is appreciated. Thank you so much for your help as always. All right, all right. Well, love the avatar design, first of all. Love the green skin, the amber eyes, the lettuce wrap dress. A lot of use we're seeing for this one this week. The petals falling, I think, are a really nice touch. You do have some space in the background. Like maybe not right in front of your house because you don't want to block it, but maybe kind of to the side. You could always do like Tinkerbell back here, or Tinkerbell's going to work good with the earth kind of like, you know, vibes because of her green, and since you're a mythological kind of like earth sprite, she could be a fairy in the back, or you could do Pocahontas, also could work very well. Back here, it looks like yellow light. I would encourage you to use the green smoke bombs. I think those would play really well here. Green smoke bombs back here. Back here. If you want to stick with the yellow light, you totally can. I feel like this still has a great shot at 4K, but I do think that glowing green backdrop would pair very nicely with your avatar design. Overall, very solid, very solid. Jennifer. Love making this one. I'm torn which hairstyle and if I should include villagers. All right, let's see. Ooh, very fun. Yes, dude, another fantastic water scene. Yeah, this is up there in the top 3 with my water scenes. Very good job, very good job. All right, so love the arching fountains here. Very fun. Great pose on the avatar. And yeah, I do think villagers are good here. And it looks like you're going with blue. You have 2 options, really, when it comes to adding these villagers. You could choose the villagers based off of their color, which is kind of what you're doing here. That's why we have Merlin and Ariel, but she works for both color and the other thing we're about to say. The other option would be to choose villagers that kind of resonate with this watery element. And I do think in this case, Moana would actually be a bit better than Merlin. She doesn't have the blue, of course, but you do have some nice red notes. Like we have the red here, we have this pink here, and a little bit of red on the bench here. I think Moana's style would work really well here. And the fact that you'll have like a very oceany villager on the left and a very oceany villager on the right, I think is going to be super fun for this. The other thing, too, is when you do the goose pose, you can get this really kind of flattering, like, kissy face, where they, like, purse their lips. And it looks really good. I think we saw it in the other water snap. Yeah, we see it here as well. Almost looks like she's about to blow a kiss, right? It's just a very... I feel like the beauty factor on this is really, really nice. Again, not something you absolutely have to do, but since you are using the pose anyway, could be worth trying. I'm not sure why it's not doing it here. Maybe it snapped right after the purse lips, or maybe it's the mouth style that determines that. So maybe it doesn't always do it with a different mouth style. Not sure. Now, between your two... I actually like this hair a bit more. This one's fun, though. The pink flowers in your hair, they do play really well with the pink down here. So honestly, you can go with either one. But with this one, we can see kind of in the background a little bit better. And I do really like the lighting here. Overall, exceptional work here, Jennifer. Exceptional work. I feel like this is practically another guaranteed 4K, another very, very strong water snap, regardless of which one of these 2 options you choose. They're both very, very good. And, you know, if you want to stick with Merlin, I think that's fine. If you want to stick with him for the blue. But, yeah, Moana could be good, too. I just love these fountains, though. This is such a beautiful snap. Bethany is next. Hey, Sam, I hope you're having a great vacay. Here's my snap for the week. I have 2 photos, one with the fox, one without. All right, so we have this one here. And then we have this one here. So in the first one, it's rather dark. So I would not use this one. You got a lot of shadow at the base of your scene. So you see these big shadows coming in. Whatever's creating that big shadow, I would definitely get rid of. Now, this big shadow is probably from the item pushing your camera. This is probably from the rock, so don't worry about that. But whatever's creating this big shadow, I would definitely try to deal with. And the other thing, is when you use your river kits, I would advise against kind of having them abruptly end like this. You can always seal them off. Now, if you're building them at an angle, you might not be able to seal them off, but you don't have to use them here, considering you're doing an earth snap. Like, you don't really need the bubbles. You don't really need the water. There's a lot of fun things you can do here. Now, you are getting the camera close to the avatar, which is good, and you have a great shot of Pocahontas. But let's look at some other earthy snaps, right? So we have one here, we have one here, we have one here. Notice how these earth-inspired snaps, these ones that are playing up nature and earth, notice how they're not really relying on, like, the waterfalls. They want to make it very clear that their snap is about the earth element. And yours seems kind of conflicted. You have kind of teal hair, which feels a little beachy, but you have a very earthy outfit. And then you have these river kits back here with the rainbows and the water, but then it just abruptly ends right here, so it doesn't feel quite convincing. And then you have a blue spirit flame from the Storyteller's Fire instead of going with like a green or some of the colors that work well with what you're doing. So my big recommendation for you here, Bethany, would be to dial in on, you said, all right, it looks like you're going with the earth, right? Because, you have the earthy, naturey outfit. You have Pocahontas. I don't think you need the bubbles. I don't think you need the river kits. I think you could really lean into the earth element. There's so many good items for this. And, all of these snaps we're looking at here, they're all very different. Hey, Fallen Angel, welcome back, my friend. Thank you for the 200 bits. Good to see you. So, yeah, all of these earthy scenes we're looking at here, you'll notice they're like I said, they're all really playing up, the plants and the surface and the trees and wildlife. Again, between these two, your sun might have been setting here. That might be why you have big shadows here. Just keep in mind, if you're using the sunset time of day, if you're on the second hour, the last 20 minutes of the hour, the sun starts to drop into the horizon, and you get these big shadows. That's why this one doesn't have a big shadow here, and this one does. That would be my guess. But I would go with more of an earthy color for the hair instead of this, like, light green. I would go with, like, a deep green. And instead of worrying about the river kits, because for the river kits to actually click together, they need to be at either they can't be diagonal. If you turn them diagonal, they will not click together. They will not work. And, anytime I use river kits, I always try to avoid having them just form a straight line. All that considered, this could get 4K, Bethany. Could. Just depends on what it pops up against. There's a lot of good snaps this week. There's a lot of snaps I think that could give this a very hard time that we were just looking at, because they are really dialed in on delivering that earth element, and they're not breaking it up into, they're not bringing too many other outside elements into that concept. So I would, since you have the antlers, since you have the earthy outfit, I would choose a hair and makeup that complements that. And I would decorate the environment entirely focused on the element of earth. And again, some ideas here. You know, we have very earthy houses like the Pinecone House, the Witchy Cottage. You can add silhouettes behind your forest. You can also style your avatar differently. You know, you can give her green skin. Look at the dark green here with the light green highlights as opposed to that, like, kind of teal color you have. And always remember, you know, it's going to be easier to build your snaps, Bethany, if you build closer to the camera. So you have your tree line way back here. I guess to make room for the river kids. But if you look at these snaps, you know, a lot of them have their tree line pretty close to the avatar here. Like Dakai's, you know, this is allowing Dakai to really fill out the snap with all these green and earthy elements. The tricky thing is when you build really far away like that, you're typically giving yourself more work, and oftentimes snaps actually perform better when you bring things closer to the camera. Bell B. Beautiful, beautiful. Very fun. I hope you enjoyed your vacay. I really had fun with this theme. Hopefully it shows. As per always, thank you so much for your value feedback. Of course. Great pocket items here, Bell B. I expect nothing less from you. We got these mossy stones. We have the acorns. We have these juniper berries. I love the little lanterns here. Great outfit. This pairs so nicely with this archway here. And then we have little music notes and the fireflies. This is just so beautiful. And even the little dragonflies here in the back. Very cool. Very cool. Jangle Bells, thank you for the 100. Oh my god, bro. We got 69.69 on the board. Let's go. So yeah, very fun, Bell. Absolutely beautiful. I love the giant mushrooms. Now, as far as, you know, this earthy snap, I definitely think you have more of a brown kind of earthy. I mean, this is what I think when I think of earth, though. You know, like, I think more browns. I think more, you know, of the wood notes. But I think with the demonstration, like with the examples this week, you know, in the green one, they showcase a ton of green for earth. There's like the big green grass, the big green leaves, all green outfit. And each one of these has like a color-coded kind of concept. And I think that's why most of the earthy snaps we've seen have like really heavily leaned into green. But I find yours to be very refreshing. Like, I actually really like this. Now, how it will perform against those vibrant green shots, hard to say. There's no guarantee it would even pop up against them, you know? And honestly, I would probably choose this over some of them because, you know, it just depends on what it's up against, but this really feels like the earth element here to me. My only recommendation would not be to change the color, would not be to change the build, but I think if you were able to get maybe a couple little birds flying around in here, I think that could be very solid, just to have some companion introduction here. Not a lot of space for villagers, so I wouldn't bother bringing in, like, Pocahontas. I mean, you could have her back here in the grass, but you really don't need to have that. I think just having a couple of companions here, and the reason I say birds is because, you know, they're not going to... We don't have much real estate down here, but having a bird flap around here and here could be really good. Jangle Bells! Hope you had a great trip. Appreciate your thoughts. I believe this would be risky, but I couldn't help myself. Oh my god, you did it. You did it. I was waiting for this. I knew somebody would do the avatar, dude. I knew somebody would do the avatar. And you know what's really funny about this, Jen? You know what's super fun? I was thinking about this weekend, and I was like, you know, if I were to do the avatar, if I were to do Aang, what outfit would I choose? And I was like, the only one I can think of is the Raya outfit. That's the only outfit I think that really works for Aang. So, the fact that you actually have, like, the Raya outfit and you're cosplaying Aang, and you have the wind behind you, and, like, the avatar activation tattoo, you know, with the blue. I mean, we don't have the arrow, but this is actually a very creative way to do it. I freaking love this, dude. And yeah, it might be risky, you know, cosplaying things outside the Disney IP. It just depends on if the voters get it or not, you know. But even if they don't get it, I mean, you are highlighting a lot of really fun elements here. You're capturing the magic of the elements. It definitely appears to be more popular this week for people to highlight a specific element. Like, people are just kind of leaning into, you know, for the in your element, they're kind of leaning into one particular element and showcasing that. But I have seen a few snaps that are highlighting multiple elements, and this is my favorite one so far. Out of all the snaps I've seen that have more than one element, this is definitely my favorite. I'm a huge Avatar fan, though, so I'm a little biased there. But yeah, this is so cool. This is so cool. You know, we have... And it even looks like bending, too. Like, this looks like water bending with the way the water's moving, with the big tornadoes in the back. Fits for air bending. We have like the pyro boxes going off for fire bending, and then you have earth bending happening at the front with these rocks like jutting out of the ground. This is so cool, dude. I sincerely hope this gets 4K. Like, I would be so happy if this got like top 10. It just depends, though, you know. Will the voters get the reference? Will they know what you're going for here? I hope so. I hope so, because I freaking love this. I was really hoping somebody would do Avatar this week. I'm so glad it was you. That's so sick. Plum Bob is next. Hey, somebody, I'm worried not having characters may be risky, but I couldn't get Ariel or Ursula in the river kit, and so I tried critters instead. I also don't have the waterfall kit. Thank you for your feedback. No, you can't get Ariel and Ursula in the river kit. They will not go in it. It'll push them out. So you got a couple options here. You got this one and this one. Oh, they're both really fun. This one's super cute. Super cute. So when it comes to the trick with the Ariel and Ursula for like the river kit, so here in this snap, you'll see that I have a river kit and I have Ariel. But the fun thing is she's not in it. She's not in it. That's actually sand. So I've trapped her and surrounded her with the river kit. You just can't tell because it's right at the base of the scene. So you see all the water and then you see Ariel. But if you place a river kit where she is, it pushes her, you know. So the trick is to kind of surround the villager with river kit pieces and have them in the middle of it. And then you can play up that illusion by hiding the fact that it's sand by putting items around, like, you know, some of the water flowers or some of the reeds or like a fence. There's all kinds of things you can do for that. Now, I really like this. This is super fun. Plays up a lot of elements. Got a lot of wildlife. You know, not having villagers or Avatar, yeah, you know, might be risky. After all, you know, the challenge title was in your element, so we are supposed to be in our element here, and finding creative ways to showcase that, I think, is good. But the picture is really pretty, and time again, voters have shown that they don't really care if the Avatar is there or not. There's plenty of shots in the top 3 each week, you know, every few weeks where there's no Avatar. Instead, you know, usually those shots have a villager, though. But I have seen plenty of 4K shots with just companions. I have seen this a lot, so it can work. The risky part is, you know, hoping you get the voters that are okay with that. Some voters can be a bit more picky, and, you know, they might prefer shots with a really beautifully customized avatar. And this week, you know, we've seen people doing absolutely insane stuff with their avatar. So I think in this particular challenge, the avatar is definitely more of a tool than a problem. Like, the avatar is just like a very useful thing this week because you can really highlight being in your element. But again, this could definitely get 4K. It's very pretty. It's very pretty. Super fun scene. Super fun scene. Now, for this one, Ice and Fire. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I like the way you did the fire side. And you do have some pocket items here with, like, the pure ice. That's cool. The Inside Out Sense of Self lamp here is neat. Olaf, Hades, Elsa, all great villagers to use. I will say I think this one has a much stronger beauty factor. And it looks like you put a lot of time and love and work into this one, Plum Bob. I would honestly, you know, when you have an idea you really like, even if it comes with risk, I think you should go for it. I think you should shoot your shot. It's one of those things that's kind of like high risk, high reward. You know, it could maybe not work out and you don't get 4K, or it could end up in the top 100 because it's just so different in a really unique way. And that's why I say, you know, when people are like, oh, I want my snap to be different. In order for that to matter, it has to be insanely different. Like, you know, basically no avatar, no villagers. You know, you're not going to see mini snaps like this at all, right? That's a whole different category of different. But yeah, it could be good, you know, but it could be bad too. Nobody really knows. It depends on what kind of voters you get, you know, depends on what kind of voters you get. I mean, if there's any way you can just hide your avatar like in the back or something, that'd be cool, but... Or maybe you can find a creative way to add your avatar into this scene if you're really worried about it, because it's a beautiful scene. Taters, hey, Semi, hope you had a great break. I got my highest rank ever last week, 995. Hey, let's go! Top 1K. Nice, Taters. All right, we got your snap here. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. Hopefully it fits the prompt well enough. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Thanks in advance. Yeah. It fits the vibe. I'm definitely getting the earthy element from this. Great accessory here with the wishful thinking star path, like staff here. I think that actually works really well. Like the outfit, you got some good lighting here, sun behind the camera, and you've sealed off your snap. You've got some green smoke bombs here, and a nice little silhouette around the avatar. Yeah, overall, very solid, Taters. I think you'll have another shot at another great likelihood of 4K this week. If you wanted to make this even more competitive, perhaps a couple of pets. You don't have a lot of space on the ground, so birds could be nice. You know, you can always add a companion home behind you and attach a bird to it and have it flying around the back. You know, a little bit of wildlife can work out well here if you just wanted some kind of presence in your snap other than the avatar alone. Not that you absolutely have to do that, but I do think people love seeing, you know, critters and companions within snaps. I think they can be super useful. And you'll see, you know, there's a lot of snaps here this week that are either using villagers in creative ways or they're using pets in creative ways. Again, if you don't have the time, it's not something you absolutely have to do. Donkey is next. My original idea was a spooky guardian of the forest that I know would be harder to pull off, so I made a cute version of that snap instead. I mostly wanted an excuse to use the Mossy Castle, since I've been wanting to use it for a while. It is a great week for the Mossy Castle, and honestly, we have not had a good challenge for this castle. Like, I think yet, since we got it. But this week is great for it. This week is great. Really good job with your villagers here. Especially Pocahontas. I like that you put the bird motif on your antler. It actually really looks like he's landing there. That's super cool. Now, villager presence is typically really good, but do we need all the villagers this time around? I think Merida's going to work really well here. I mean, they all work well for different reasons. I think Pocahontas is the best, so I think it's great that you have her towards the front. But I'm wondering if, you know, maybe instead of some of these villagers, if we had pets instead, like some wildlife, I think that could play really well into what you're doing. You don't absolutely have to take that route, though. And then I do think instead of these big orange leaf piles, it would be a great idea to consider playing up some of the green notes in your scene. Because you have this lush green grass. We have this green on the castle back here. I think playing up more green, or maybe even flowers in the foreground, there's a few things I think that would just look a lot better than these big leaf piles. Now, if you want to use leaf piles, go right ahead. Totally your call, your snap. But with the new adventure pack, there's some really good new foreground flowers. We've seen them in a few snaps, like here. These new flowers, they're so pretty. We get a lot of green coming up. So bottom left here, bottom right here. You know, these look fantastic. There's also other things in the new adventure pack, like this little mushroom house. You know, this could be really good too. Oldest God, welcome back, my friend. Thank you for the 100 bits. Good to see you. Good to see you. But I think that would help you play up more of those green and earthy vibes. And since you have so much like plant life here, you know, a few flowers would be nice because we don't have any, I don't think. So maybe instead of these, some of the flowers could be good. And then also for your avatar design, you know, if you're going with like a forest guardian, you can always give her like a light green or dark green skin. And if you do that, you can do some super fun stuff with the makeup. So as of right now, you haven't really touched the makeup, which makes sense because you're kind of a forest guardian. But if you did mess with it, we have some really, really great examples here, you know, where people are giving themselves light green skin with dark green makeup. And when it comes to voter preference, you can see from 4K results, like when you look at snaps that are performing well on average, you're always going to see some very intricately designed avatars, people that are really going the extra mile with the avatar. This is a great week for makeup. Last week, not so much, with it being, you know, lazy, cozy day. You know, it's like you're probably not going to get super dolled up. But for this, the effects you can put on with makeup, I think, work really well when it comes to playing up the elements. Like, look at this one, you know, the dark green hair, the light green skin, the dark green lip, the dark green outer eyeshadow with the slightly lighter green inner shadow. Absolutely stunning. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I think you could definitely squeeze even more beauty and detail into this character design you're creating. And I think if you did play up those green vibes a bit more, switching out the orange leaf, you know, or the orange piles here, because we don't really have a lot of orange trees in the back, you know, it doesn't really feel very fallish. I think playing up things that feel very natural in the environment would be a good play here. Cozy with Lala is next. Still a bit of work in progress, but I wanted your view going from Mother Nature, Earth Elements. Thank you so much as always. All right. Very cool. Love the beautiful flower here in the foreground. That looks so good. And then you have some grass on this side. Nice motif around the avatar. Definitely giving Mother Nature vibes. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful shot. Now, it does have a lot of shade, but you're playing up some good glowing elements to make up for that. Like, you have the glowing orbs here. I don't know if you have fireflies, but if you were able to get a little bit of fireflies here towards the foreground, that way in some of these darker pockets, right? Like right here on this side where it's very shaded and right here where it's very shaded, you can't put the fireflies back there, but you could put them towards the front of the scene and then kind of overlay this section and this section just to make it feel even more magical and enchanting. The other thing is where we can kind of see through back here, you could do the smoke bombs and have like some green back here that could look really cool. And lastly, you know, since you're going with Mother Nature, I think it would be a great idea to surround yourself with a little bit of wildlife. So taking a cozy companion home and attaching ravens, foxes, or whatever you want. You can always add companion items behind you that we can't see that draw the companions into the shot. So the cozy Pixar companion ball, there's the little bird stand. All of these things will bring some characters in. But yeah, beautiful character. And the scene's looking really good so far. Definitely captures the earthy vibes for sure. Lisa is next. Hey, Zim, I hope you had a great vacation. Decided to test myself, do a split shot. I'm not sure what I can do to get less sky on the fire side. Did not like fireworks. Did not think fireworks fit with the theme. Let me know if this works. You don't think fireworks work for fire? Interesting take. Interesting take. All right. Let me show you. Where is it? So here we have some Mushu fireworks. And they are complementing this scene very well. When it comes to creating an elemental scene, Lisa, there is not really like I can't use that because it's not a festival. No, you're gonna want to use whatever you want to that plays up the elements or the color of the elements you're going with. So here, we see the fireworks. And, fireworks are literally like colorful burning embers that explode from little shells and mortars. Like, they are very much on theme for fire. And even if they weren't, you could still use them. I mean, there's so many countless snaps that were like, cozy things like Fairy Haven. Is a Fairy Haven going to have fireworks? Well, not necessarily, but it's going to have magic. So fireworks also work as magic sprinkles. You got to think outside the box. Whenever you use an item, it doesn't always have to be that exact item. It can just be an effect. Now, for a cozy, relaxing day, like in Lazy Cozy Day, yeah, you're probably not going to want a million fireworks going off because in order for it to feel like a Lazy Cozy Day, we don't want the scene to be too busy. But that's the reason we were not seeing a bunch of snaps with a ton of fireworks. Is because it was more about a relaxing, chill day. It wasn't about magic. But this week's snap is about magic. They told us to show off the magic of the elements. And that's exactly what fireworks do when it comes to fire. The smoke bombs are cool. I don't think you need the spirit water curtains here. I think the spirit water back here kind of feels a little out of place because it doesn't look yellow. You see how it turns into like a white mist at the top? We can't really see the yellow of it very much because the smoke bombs and the raven, everything blocks that. So I think this would look better without the spirit water curtains. And I would definitely consider some of the fireworks. As far as the sky, if you want to fill out the sky more to get it more like this side, I would use the red Japanese maple. It's way taller. Way taller. You might just have to move some of these trees up. And whenever you're designing a snap, if you're trying to fill out the sky, the biggest trick is to take the items that are too short and just bring them in closer. That's how you're going to get your sky to be filled out, kind of evenly on both sides. I think you have lava rocks here. There's one here, and then you have one here. I would recommend volcanic rock as well. It works really good when you're trying to make the lava feel more convincing. And also what you can do is you can seal off the edges of these fall leaf rugs with volcanic rock and with magma rock. That way, you're not just going to see tiny leaves. You can you can kind of create your own border there. Tricky, though, you know, with you having the water dress and the fire hair. It is neat. It is neat. But yeah, you know, we've only seen 2 split shots so far, yours and one other. They don't seem to be very popular this week. And I think that's because people are really embracing the idea of being in their element. You know, they're really focused on playing up their element of choice. And that creates a really unique opportunity this week. We've had challenges like this before. We had one that was called Earth and Air, and we had one that was called Fire and Water. And they were back when we first got Dreamsnaps. It was like challenge number 3 and number 5 or something. But when it comes down to it, you know, we've never had a challenge that just let us choose an element and run wild with that. And I think that's why, you know, all of these really strong snaps you're seeing, all of these people can easily do split shots. They've done them before. But they're not. They're choosing not to this week. And I think the big reason why is, again, people are really embracing the title here, in your element. They're full sending into that particular element. And it allows for the snap to be more cohesive, right? We have a water style outfit, we have a water style environment, and we have watercolors on the villagers. But for this one, we have fiery hair, fiery pet, water dress, and then, you know, water and fire. It's ambitious. It's cool. It could get 4K, just depends. The other tricky thing with a split shot is you don't want to see the same sky on both sides. So you're dividing it, but, you know, when split shots work the best is when you can split them right down the middle and create an illusion where the left side of the picture feels like an entirely different world than the right side of the picture. And if you position your avatar properly, you can perfectly break that up down the middle. Split shots are a bit more technical, though. It looks cool so far, you know. You definitely have highlighted the magic of the elements, so it could work. It could work. Just depends on what it pops up against. Now, for your other variations of this, let's see, you got this one. And you got this one. I would say this one's probably your best bet, where you're a bit closer. The Fire Raven's kind of taking up this side, but he is blocking Hades. But I do like the interaction with Ariel and Eric. But if you can get this interaction with Ariel and Eric and maybe not block Hades, I think that can give you the best of both options. And again, you know, when you're trying to get the tree line even, if these trees are shorter than these trees, you got to move these ones closer in. And yes, that will require you to rebuild. That's why one of the things I like to start with, Lisa, here's how I make my dream snaps. I start with the foreground so I can frame my shot. Then I jump all the way to the background and I build the background. And once the background is finished, now I have everything exactly lined up how I need it to be, and then I work on the midground. But if you build your foreground first, and then your midground, and then your background, you know, some of your items may be too far away to match with the other side. Sabelina, oh, very good, Lena. Beautiful work as always. This reminds me a lot of Belle B's. I love this. Belle B also had an Earth-style snap that was not as green as many others we're seeing. We're seeing a lot more wood notes, which, you know, when I think of Earth as an element, I think of brown quite a bit. So I really like that you're balancing both brown and green quite well here. And I do love the rushing leaves. These are kind of hard to catch in Dream Snaps. They're kind of hard to notice, so playing them closer to the camera like this is a really good idea. Great foreground presence here. Really good lighting in the back. Absolutely beautiful snap. Maybe a little bird somewhere could be fun, but it doesn't necessarily need anything. Looking really good. K Camp Grove. I always appreciate your comments and critiques. I learn something new every submission. Thank you for taking the time to do this for your community. Oh, of course, K Camp, of course. You're going with ice, huh? Okay. So we have kind of an icy element here. Well, you are featuring Olaf. You have Elsa. A good pose here. And it looks like you went with nighttime, but you did a good job boosting your character lighting. And then we have some glowing flowers here in the foreground. We have the blue swirls. What I would consider here that could be, really fun for you. Instead of these fountains you're using on the left and right, they have a huge footprint. They don't let you put things too close to them. You see these trees in the back? You have these blue, crystal frozen trees. If you had some of those on the outside, you can have the branches, those frozen, icy branches coming in to the left and right. That could look really cool. The other thing I would consider would be your pocket items. There's things like pure ice. Pure ice works really well in these environments. I do see you drop some snowballs, but pure ice could be really good too. To give you a little bit of an idea for ice snaps, we have this Frost and Fairy snap from a while back. We have this Blue Rush from the Wishful Thinking Starpath Brooms. And then these blue bushes combined with pure ice. And then things like Sapphire, more pure ice, the Blue Eternity Owl bushes, these blue crystals, villagers in their winter styles, like Fairy Godmother in the winter style. There's a lot of really fun things. And here's one of those blue icy trees I was talking about. You see how beautiful that is with that icy branch coming into the scene? And then you have these icicles hanging off it. It's so cool. Aside from that, there's also really good things that play with ice, like crystals. There's these blue crystals from Wish Blossom Ranch. There's these large blue crystals. And there's dark blue winter trees that can really look good overlaying the gray winter trees you're using. Mr. Left Shark. Oh, very cool. Dark and ominous. I like it. Great job with the companions as well here. You have the Phoenix here. You have the 5 p.m. little Wednesday Raven here. Also has good fiery colors. Chernobog's Castle in the back is cool. The combination of fireflies and fireworks, pyro boxes, and smoke bombs is really solid here. Really plays up that fiery element. I would say, though, if at all possible, if you could get some of these pyro boxes a little closer, just so, because they're so impactful for this kind of concept. If we could see them a little better. Now, I know these lava pieces that, you're using behind you here, they have a massive footprint, so it might be hard to get them much closer. But I see you have one of the, I don't know if you can get one right here to the side of it, or maybe right here where we have some of these big magma boulders. But yeah, very cool. And then in your foreground, Left Shark, where you have the fiery leafy rug here, don't forget about things like volcanic rock or the little magma rocks. They could look really good. They could look really good here. Not that you would need them in a lot of places. You only have space for a little bit here on the left. Ginger Snaps, I went with the Forest this week. Thank you for the review as always. Added another option, slightly different angle. Okay. So we have option number 1. Oh, great job with all the pets. Very good. Very good. Wonderful. Wonderful. Then we have this one. Okay, I like this one a lot too. I think this dress has more of an earthy vibe because of the leaves. But I do think there's some more creative things you can do with your avatar here. Have you thought about using the new antlers? Those have been very popular this week. And people have also styled their avatar to be more of like a forest nymph. You see a lot of people doing super creative things with the avatar this week. Like giving her green skin or the antlers. Some people gave her like the maple wings. There's just, you know, when it comes to embracing the elements, there are some really fun ways to play with the avatar this week. And honestly, I think like going with the green skin and going bold with the makeup, there's just some super fun stuff you can do. So my only recommendation here, I think you're doing great with the pets. I do think a foreground item other than the fern, something that kind of comes in with a little bit more of an impact. Kind of like here on this left side, how you have these like branches coming in. I really like that. But my, you know, the background is perfect. All the pets are great. My only recommendation here would be to really consider what you can do with the avatar
Welcome
here.
Back.
Hey!
Trying to catch up.
Thank you, my friend.
All you do for us. Smiling face
Oh,
emoji.
thank you, Wings. That is very kind of you. I am also trying to catch up, and I have a lot of that to do. I'm going to add your dono to the goal now. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. Great to be back. I'm just going to put it at 75.69 because I think that's where we are. And thank you, Wings. Thank you. I did miss you guys. We've been scrambling. We have over, I think, like 93 snaps to review today. Quite a lot, quite a lot. So yeah, Ginger Snap. Love the background. Love the pets. Would consider something a bit more impactful on the bottom left. And then also, you know, you can keep this one saved to your gallery, but play around with your avatar and see all the kind of fun stuff you can do. You know, those antlers are really cool. There's some great head pieces you can put on, and there's some really wonderful ways to customize her. Like instead of the red lip here, you know, you could go green skin with a dark green lip. You can really make her like a forest elemental. Could be super cool. Mama Dukes, I love this snap. It's so simple, but so strong. Absolutely fantastic. Mushu, overly excited about the fire in her hand here. I mean, this really feels on your element. And look at the raven, like silhouetted in the back here, like a mystical phoenix. Not much to be said here. This is just downright incredible. The mix of fireflies, smoke bombs, storyteller fires, candles, all these things put together. And then just like we were saying, customizing the avatar in unique ways. Look at this face paint. Look at this hair. Look at this outfit. Look at this motif. Just absolutely incredible work. And this right here really sells it for me. You know, this extra detail of the raven flying in the back. And the nice thing about this is, like I said, it's simple. It's going to be easier for voters to appreciate what's going on here. It's right at the front of the scene. Very impactful. Not a ton of depth of field. You're not going to have to decorate a whole floating island for this. It's a mix of great items kind of overlapped. And the light bloom here is really nice as well. Just a very, very solid, expertly crafted snap from Mama Dukes. Nikki Marie, I tried for a water element theme. I may redo the lighting a bit as the character looks slightly washed out. I was excited for the elemental theme this week. Ah, yes, I see what you mean. So, looks like you already fixed it. Nice. Good job, good job. I like the snap alone and the color setting is better now. Yeah, the thing is, when you're taking your photo with the sunset time of day, you do not need character lighting. Character lighting is not necessary, especially if your avatar is on the paler side. It just makes them a little harsh. But this is much better. I love the motif in the hand here. Very cool, very cool. And you do have these new water archways here, which is cool. Hey, Hope, thank you for the resub. Welcome back, welcome back. Now, I do think having villagers could be a great boon for this, but yeah, I wouldn't have them right at the front because they're going to obstruct the view of the scene. But if you had a spot for them, you know, if you were able to open up the waterfalls a little bit, but yeah, if you did, could get tricky. Going to be a bit more work for that. But, you know, villagers or pets typically can be very helpful. You know, if we look at Mama Dukes here, she's got Mushu and the Fire Raven in the back. And if you look at a lot of your competition, you know, they're going to have either animals or some of them do have villagers. Not all of them, though. There's plenty of snaps out there like this that are just rocking the villager. So you can always go that way as well. Definitely has the potential for 4K. You know, it'll really come down to what it pops up against, but I think you captured the element of water very well here. Oh, keep in mind for your trees, you're using the sunlit plateau palms. There's actually a big difference between the sunlit plateau palm trees and the beach palm trees. The beach palm trees are a much more vibrant shade of green. They're at the bottom of your landscaping menu, and there's only one button for them, whereas people go with the sunlit palms because they think, oh, that's the one because it has the different buttons. But if you press the button, you know, if you keep on placing the beach palm, you'll eventually get all three variations. But it's a very vibrant shade of green, which is going to work really well because it's actually going to match the vibrant shade of green on the flora on these waterfalls. You see how vibrant the green moss is and the green little plants growing on these waterfalls? And then we get to the trees and they're just super dark green. Yeah, if you were to use the beach palm trees, they would complement that color a bit better. Suli, he said, I hope you had a lovely time with the family and submitted 2 snaps this week. Not sure which one to go for or if I need to change anything. All right, let's see. So we have option number 1. Then we have option number 2. 100%, 100%. We're going to close that one. So when it comes to dream snaps, if you look in the 4K range, what's most common is going to be vivid colors and strong lighting. So when a photo is more dull in its lighting, it's far less likely for 4K. Can it still get it? Yeah, sure. But if you look at 4K snaps, like if you go to Dreamers Portal or you look through my Facebook post and you see everybody sharing their 4K snaps, this is what you're going to see mostly. So things like this can get into 4K. It's just a lot harder because they don't stand out as much in the voting phase. If I had more time, I would just put them, I would open both and put them next to each other and kind of show you what I mean, but I'm sure you can kind of envision that. But yeah, beautiful snap. Beautiful snap. Very fun. Bombs. Oh, very cool. Very cool. I had a Magma Rocks and Lava Rocks Storybook while I was watching the stream. And can show you the updated one. I know you're going to suggest to add these things. You know me so well. I'm just at a loss for, this is my first fire type scene. So, did I say it's out of my element? You're out of your element. All jokes aside, looking forward to your feedback on this one. Yeah, if you want to send it to me, Bobs, I'll take a look. I'll take a look. You can send me your version with the new additions. And besides that, my only other recommendation would be to consider the Fire Phoenix. I think it's like one of the best companions to use for a fire-based scene this week. So, could be really good to have. And we'll check out your new one as soon as you send it over. We got Miss Wings. Very cool. Love the avatar design here, Miss Wings. Love the avatar design. I'm quite pleased with how this turned out, but would absolutely love your feedback on this. Spent some time watching your videos for the Dreamsnap help, and I'm hoping what I learned from it paid off. Okay, we got Bob's new snap. Yeah, I would say so. You got the camera right up against the avatar here. Beautiful avatar design, by the way. Great job with the eyes. Very mystical. Definitely has that woodland nymph vibe. Love the way you put the outfit together. Love the pose with this accessory. Plenty of great green. And you've sealed off your backdrop with some lights. Now, if you have the new smoke bombs, I do think those would look really good behind some of your trees to create some, like, green, colors in the backdrop. Or you could do purple to, like, play up some of the pinks and purples you have here. Foreground elements are nice. It's very fleshed out. Only recommendation here would be you do have a lot of opportunity. You have all this space right here. When you have big open areas like this, you want to view them as an opportunity. So what can we put here? Well, we don't want to crowd it, right? Little details. You can do a couple of little flowers from your pockets. Don't forget about pocket items. It looks like everything you've placed here is from your furniture menu. So if you want to, you know, be very consistent with 4K, anytime you're making a snap, think about your inventory. What kind of pocket items can I drop here? There's flowers. There's all kinds of fun little, you know, there's a grubby log that you get from time bending that you can put right here. There's so many good things in storage that you can place into Dreamsnaps. Aside from that, I would also consider companions. They're also a great filler for these open environments. Just having some little pets walking around, you know, it'll look like you're their guardian. It'll tell a bit of a story. I think it could be really good. All right, for Bobs. Oh, nice. We got the Fire Raven here as well. Let's go, let's go. Very good. And then we have this one where he's flying. Oh, yeah. I like this one where you have him in flight here. Yeah, you do have the volcanic rock and the magma here. I do think having some of that volcanic rock kind of shoot up down here at the base of the scene, just to give your foreground a little bit more detail. Because the thing with the volcanic rock and the magma is it doesn't have to be up against the edge. You can have it kind of in your magma pool, too. It's going to feel very natural in there. So, yeah, I would try to capture him in flight. Best place for him to be would actually be a tiny bit further back, like right here. Right here would be perfect. Because he'd be right in between you and this big flame on the right-hand side. And then final touches would be, you know, having some volcanic rock and some magma rocks, you know, just a couple of them down here kind of in the magma. You don't have to go too crazy with it, though. And if you wanted to add any extra flair to this, Mushu fireworks popping off in the backdrop, I think could be really good. Beautiful, beautiful. Fantastic work, my friend. Fantastic work. Lilo. I love this. Really cool, Lilo. Really cool. Love the blue skin, the pearlescent mermaid dress, the way you were able to pose with the trident. And also like the godly details, you know, like you have this gold like glowing bracelet. You have this like gold rose laurel. Very cool. And then you have this beautiful set of waterfalls behind you, and then this purple glow at the base from the anemones. Overall, I think this is fantastic work, and I honestly would not change anything about this Lilo. This looks really good. I really, really like this snap. So, beautifully done, beautifully done. Yeah, you don't really have much space for anything new, and you don't really need anything else here. Very solid. Uncle Ron, hope you enjoyed your time in Florida with your lady and her family. Welcome home. I tried both Earth and Fire Scene. Look forward to your feedback. Thank you as always. All right, so we got number 1. We got number 2. Number 3. Dang, dude, I'm going to be honest with you. Your Fire Scene is awesome. They're both good. But the way you're playing with light here, like the fact that we have the scorched kind of dead bushes in the back, the smoke bombs rising around the sides, and the pyro boxes. All I would really consider here would be a couple little changes. First off, you already have red skin. I would say instead of the red eyeshadow, I would go orange or yellow. Let's play up the colors of this fit. In addition to that, I would bring out the Fire Raven if you have it, the Phoenix. If you don't worry about it, but having him flying around in this scene I think would be great. Really good job with the details, the magma, the volcanic rock. This is what I was talking about earlier, having kind of breach into the foreground. That looks really good. So I think this one features the avatar the best. I think it features its element very well. This one has a bit more detail and like small items strewn about, but I do think this one's going to be your better bet. Amazing work. Model Newbie is next. Really like this one. Couldn't get the Fiery Raven timed with Hades. I like the extra element of the Phoenix and Raven, however, unless I time it right. And an option without the wings. Okay, good, because I was going to recommend not having these wings. So let's look at the option without the wings. So the main thing you kind of need here, Model Newbie, is going to be character lighting. When you do a nighttime snap, one of the most important things is your slider that adjusts character lighting. So, and the Rainbow Phoenix Wings here, they don't really have as much of a fiery feel. So I think they don't actually help with the snap quite as much. And if you're trying to get your Fire Raven in your scene, if you put a Cozy Companion Home down and attach the Raven to that instead of having it attached to you, you can hide one of the little bird perches right behind you. It's the companion bird perch. The Raven will fly up and interact with it. That's how people like Mama Dukes and Bobs are getting that Raven in their shot. That's how things like this happen. You have to use items that draw the companions. Overall, it's a fun scene. But one thing, Model Newbie, one thing I would highly recommend you avoid doing is building right up against the edge of a biome. Because even if I wanted to give you advice here, even if I was like, oh, I got a great idea for you for your background, I can't. You can't. You can't put anything else back here because we're right up against the edge of a cliff. So there are some fun things you can put down here at the base, like if you have Storybook Veil, which you have Hades there, there's this leaf rug right here. It's the fall leaf rug. It glows and it looks like lava. There's also things like magma and volcanic rock. If you're going with fire, there's so many ways you can make this even more impactful. You're doing good with the fireworks, the smoke bombs, the pyro boxes. You have some great things going on. But there's so much more fire you can have down here at the base. Cam Bam is next. Hi, I went with Earth for this theme. Okay. Very cool, very cool. I like the inclusion of Nala here with her little headband. That's super fun. Great job on the outfit design as well. Definitely has the potential for 4K. Cam Bam. I think you have one of the best villager choices. I actually haven't seen anybody really use Nala's cute little earthy dream style, and I think players will likely really like that. Also a super fun destination where you're at with this big waterfall. That's a super fun backdrop. And you got lots of good colors here on the sides. My one word of caution is when it comes to snaps that we see in 4K very consistently, bold, vivid colors seem to draw in a lot more votes on average. Now, that doesn't mean you always have to make your snaps with bold, vivid colors. But I typically do, and, it typically works out very well for me. So I'll usually have boosted saturation. Like this got rank 70. This was also top 1K. This was top 1K, right around top 100. Can't remember what this got, but it is 4K for sure. Like pretty much all these are. But you'll see like bold and vivid colors tend to draw voters in very well. So what I would consider for this one, I think everything about the scene is perfect, but I think by upping the saturation and color a little bit, could definitely help you draw in even more votes.
Lol, I have 2 feeders but critters were being stubborn. And was adding the leaf, magma now right as you came to mine, lol, thank you.
Nice! You already knew. You already knew. Look at that. Look at that. Well, yeah, that'll be great. That'll be great. Yeah, once you get the fire rugs in here, and I mean, that's the great thing about these reviews is before we even get to yours, you'll probably see things that we'll be discussing that you can just immediately apply. So you have the magma stones, the volcanic rock, the leaf rugs. I think can be really good here. And if you're having a hard time getting that companion in there, you can always try to move the feeder around. It's a pain. Where I see you have one kind of right here. What I was recommending was one directly behind you. Because if it's over here, the bird is going to kind of fly around the scene. But if you hide one right behind you, your body will block it, and the bird will have to fly into the scene to access it. So instead of having your feeder over here on the right, try putting it right behind you if possible. Robbery in progress. Another Fire Snap. Very cool, very cool. Hey, mate, hope you enjoyed your week away. Here's my submission so far. I won't be able to play with it until Monday or Tuesday anyway, but I'll be adding the Magma Pocket items to the foreground. Oh, good. Okay, well, they already addressed that. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's one thing I would talk about, the pocket items. Oh, I love that you're using these dragons here. That's super fun. I like the swirling asteroids here. Loads of pyro boxes. My only minor recommendation would be, since you're already adding the pocket items, the smoke bombs, it looks like these back here kind of set to pink. Like, we have a smoke bomb here set to pink. We have one here set to pink. I would play up, like, the orange and yellow smoke bomb colors, because it's going to make things feel like they're on fire. And I think if you had more of that... It does look like you have a yellow right here, but then we have a pink behind it. I think there's also an orange. But yeah, I like the fireworks here in the sky. Definitely gives it more of a magma vibe. I'll be honest, I have this mask from one of my favorite star paths. Or I believe it was from Majesty Magnolias. I've never used it for a Dream Snap because it feels too big for our face. So I've always avoided it. I would say for, you know, playing up the avatar for like a fire snap, there's some really cool things you can do makeup wise. If you want to go with the mask, go for it. I'm not sure how to perform. The main reason I've never used it is because it's hard to play up the avatar's beauty factor with it because it feels oversized. Also, I freaking love Mushu in this. Very fun, very fun. Yeah, overall, very solid. Maybe more red Japanese maples back here as well, just so the sky, the blue doesn't fall off going down here. Maybe we can keep this tree line pretty solid all the way across. But yeah, looking good, Robbery, looking good. Amanda Rosie, Earth or Air, can't decide. Hope you had some nice and relaxing time away. Thank you, thank you. Oh, this is really good. Great job getting the camera on the ground, getting it close to the avatar. Robbery, thank you, my friend. Thanks as always, mate. Yeah, I'll change the color of the smoke. The mask was major risk, so I'll have to think. Yeah, definitely think about it, you know. I mean, I think it's a cool mask. That's just the main reason I've never used it. I've always been kind of worried because it's such a cool item. It just feels too large. So I can never, every time I put it on my avatar, I've never liked the way it looked. And I'm worried, that's why I haven't used it in snaps. I'm worried other people would feel that way too. But if you're, I mean, it is cool. It works really good with what you're going for. So, you know, if you want to keep it on, I say go for it. And if it ends up being a suspect of like hurting your snap, you know, just a lesson learned at that point. And if it doesn't hurt your snap, then great. You know, people probably liked it because it was a unique outfit option. So, Earth and Air. Well, the Earth one you have here is very solid. I love the character customization. You've loads of green here, some wildlife, really good pose, and a very full scene. Now for your Air, I think this is so cool. I have not seen a single Air snap yet, not even one. So I kind of like this a lot because I feel like it's a lot harder to go in the air direction. The only tricky thing is, you know, will the voters be able to understand the air concept here? Because we can see the tornadoes kind of on the left and right. But, you know, when they see the yellow and all the pixie dust, will they be like, what is this, like a light element? Like, you know, I would just be, you have the puff balloon. All I'm saying is for this one, it's super duper obvious that it's the Earth theme. And this one, to me, it's obvious that it's the air theme because, you know, we have the giant tornadoes. I honestly want to say go with this one because I haven't seen any air ones yet. I think this is super fun. But I think this might be safer. This one, if it does do well, has the potential to get a really high ring because there's not a lot of things like this. Whereas this one, I think, is just a genuine safe option that is very likely for 4K. Both fun. Femme Fatale. Hola, Senpai. How's Florida? Hope you had an amazing vacation. Getting ready to move, so I have lots of passing to do. I will most certainly make the time for the changes you suggest. Oh, well, great. I'm glad you'll be able to do that. That's awesome. First off, love your outfit. Like the pyro boxes. I also love this fire diorama you have here. The city on fire concept is pretty fun, but I do think it might be risky. Since the challenge is called In Your Element, and it's all about playing up that element, a lot of what we have in this scene would be buildings. It kind of reminds me of the example scene we created a while back for the Inside Out weather challenge. When we look at other fire snaps, we don't see as much, buildings. We see more like scorched earth kind of approaches where they're really playing up the reds, the yellows, the oranges, and they're using a lot of smoke bombs. And I feel like that's going to be a lot harder to do. Hey, thank you for the raid. Let's go. Hey up, G. Thank you, my friend. Welcome. When we look at a lot of other fire-based snaps, Femme Fatale, what we see is, people playing up a lot of things like smoke bombs, storyteller fires, lava, and I think that's going to be a little bit harder in a city setting where we have pavement, and I like the storytelling concept behind this, but my concern there is, how will it, what most people are doing. Most people, we've reviewed a lot of snaps so far, and everybody seems to be kind of making the entire scene about that element. So instead of storytelling like the city's on fire, what we see is people being in the fire. They're in their element, like what we see here with Mama Duke. She's definitely in her element here. So I love the pet. I love the fit. I like the pyro boxes. And I do like the storytelling angle of this. Though I think it will come with some risk. And I think if you were to build a scene where you embrace some of the good new lava decor, like the big volcano item, and that would free you up to really use more smoke bombs and storyteller fires, and you can have your background be a bit more fire-centric, I think that could be an even stronger play. Miss Spock, this is so good. Oh my god, dude, that's awesome. This gives me Elden Ring vibes. It reminds me of the arena where you fought what was her name? There was the Moon Mage. I don't know. I can't remember her name. But the giant moon in the back and all the water here at the surface. Dude, this is really good, Miss Spock. I am kind of obsessed with this. I'm not going to lie. The water bands here at the front. What are you using for that? That's cool. But yeah, you have this flowing water here in the corners. The jellyfish outfit, which is beautiful. The blue butterflies, the blue skin, the moon in the back, the blue smoke bombs. Dude, this might be my favorite snap of yours I've ever seen. This is so damn pretty. This is really good, Miss Spock. No changes. Absolutely incredible. Anxious Smurf said, I hope this meets the brief. I love Elemental. Such a shame Wade and Ember are not in the game. Thank you so much for your advice. All right. So, I have not seen Elemental. I'm assuming maybe this is like a cosplay of somebody in the series. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't like the outfit here. It doesn't seem tied to any element. And I think that may be risky, because if you look at what almost everybody's doing, they're designing their character for their element. They're trying to be in their element. Like, they're in fire. They're in earth, right? I don't think it's the best week for a cosplay that's not an element. And the cosplay here, like I said, you might be an Elemental's character. I'm not sure. But that's the problem. I'm not the only one that hasn't really seen it. there's going to be other voters out there that also are not familiar with this. And if you look at what, again, if you look at what everybody's doing, they're designing these outfits to fit their element. And the outfit you've chosen here doesn't have an element. It's all about love. And we've also incorporated love on the left and love on the right. We've reviewed a lot of snaps today, and I haven't seen, like, the romance stuff at all. Like, there hasn't been hearts in any of them so far. I think that might be a little bit of a red flag. So I would likely be a bit more intentional with my outfit design. I would probably choose something that combines these two elements you're showcasing. And I don't think I would do the hearts. I mean, if it is a play on elementals, again, I haven't seen it. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to get nothing but voters that have seen it. But I would be cautious of that. Again, if the challenge was like, hey, cosplay this person from elementals, great. But that's not what the challenge said. It wants us to be in our element. It wants us to show off the magic of the elements. And emotions do not equal elements. And love is an emotion. A great one. But I would be very careful here, Anxious Smurf, because I want you to keep up your 4K streak. Jesse Joint says, I'm enjoying getting a chance to play more with split scenes. All right. So you have some water, then you have earth, and then we have fire. So for your fire side, you could use things like the Storyteller's Fires. That's going to raise like some extra color up here. And then there's also the fall leaf rug that you get from Storybook Vale that you can use to make magma. Instead of, just the sand, you can make this whole area here magma, and you can use magma rocks and volcanic stone. There's all kinds of fun things you can put in there. But yeah, cool take on the challenge, You got your water, your earth, your fire. So I wouldn't consider this a split scene necessarily. Miss Spock says, thank you so much. I was a little nervous with my monochromatic snap. You are reassuring me. On the side, I am using the old-time water fountain that you can activate. Oh, the one that's like a hand pump well. Yeah, okay, that's how you did that. I mean, I might steal that idea from you. I don't know. That's cool. That's a cool idea. Yeah, I really like your snap. I wouldn't worry about being monochromatic because it's not necessarily mono. You have purples, you have some very light blues, some dark blues, and then you're really playing up all this beautiful blue. And it's just such an elemental shot. I mean, honestly, like, I would compare these two. Like, look at these two. Look at Mama Dukes and look at Miss Spock. Like, these are just, the elemental vibes are off the charts in both of these. Anyway, back to Jesse Joints. So I wouldn't consider this necessarily a split scene. It's more a combination of environments. A split scene, in terms of Dreamsnaps, is a very specific thing where something divides two completely different environments to where you can't tell, like, that it's the same environment throughout the photo. What I mean by that is, you come up all the way to the top, something comes up all the way to the top and drops all the way to the bottom, and everything to the left of that is one thing, and everything to the right of that is one thing. But yeah, this is a cool combination shot. You've got water, earth, and fire here. Again, on the fire side, I definitely think using the fall leaf rugs and some of the magma stones and some of the volcanic rock would be really good for that side. Babbitt. Oh, very cool, Babbitt. Very cool. I like that. Reaching for the bubble. And you have one where you went a little bit more blue. Okay. And one where... This one feels super oceany. I like this one. First snap is submitted at the moment, but I do have two other options with different avatar styles. Would love your opinion. What you think is the strongest. As always, thank you for your tips and advice. Well, all of these are very fun, Babbitt. I think they all have the opportunity to do well. You position this indoor wall, like with where you are, this looks super convincing. You did a really good job framing this. And I also love that you're reaching for the bubble here. And between the three, I actually like this one a lot. But your first option is also very good. The first one's good because it kind of breaks up all the blue on the left and right, and we get like a really unique color here, which does play, your hair does feel like the tendrils of a jellyfish. So I wouldn't overthink it. I would go with whichever option you like the most, because I feel like, you know, these are all likely rank about the same. I do think the colors on your first play best with the environment, but some voters will be in the mindset of looking for that element's color. So like with with Mama Dukes, we see the color of fire prominently. With Miss Spock, we see the color of water very prominently. With this avatar design, the color of, the colors of water, the green, the blue, it comes in very strong here. With this one, you're kind of embracing the colors of the jellyfish a bit more than the colors of the water, but it helps balance the shot. So it can go either way. You can go with either one. They both have different unique strengths, and there's no way to know which one your voters will prefer because we don't know which voters you'll get. So go with your heart here. Both are great options, my friend. Either 1 or 3. Kirsty, hello, thank you for the advice on the last review. I got my highest rank so far at 202, making the changes you suggested. It's really appreciated. Here's what I have so far for this one. I went with water as it's the one I have the most items for. Okay. Well, congratulations on rank 202. Well done, my friend. Oh, okay, this one is definitely the best so far. So in this one, you're a little bit far away, and we do want to play up that Dreamsnaps meta, right? You've already seen how well that can work, showing the avatar very prominently. So I like that you're moved up a bit further here. The motif here is fun. And then we have some nice water on the sides. The blue smoke bombs in the backdrop are really nice. Now, here's what I recommend for your background here. You have these waterfalls here. But you see how you have these jagged gaps in between? It almost feels like they're not real. They feel like building blocks. If you want to make it to where they don't feel that way, all you got to do is take another one of these waterfalls and put it behind these two, but right in between them. So then you'll have, the same brown here and here. So I would take these waterfalls and I would put more waterfalls behind these waterfalls, just so we don't have these weird blocky textures with the blue immediately behind it. You'll have plenty of blue over here on the left, plenty of blue over here on the right. We can use extra waterfalls behind these. And aside from that, not much else is needed here. I mean, you could add a little bit more detail into your waterway if you wanted. There's also much greener reeds, by the way. You're using these super dark, like glade reeds. There's some jungle reeds that are nice and green. I would try to find the prettier, greener colors. They're going to help balance out these nice deep blues. So there are reeds that have the same kind of green that this bamboo has. So instead of these darker reeds, be sure to really look through your landscaping menu and don't settle just on the first thing you find. You're like, oh, I need reeds. I'm going to just use this one. Okay, I guess that works. No. Go through the reeds and place each one and then look at them and say, which one is more vivid, which one has more color, and go with the one that's going to complement the colors of your environment. So try to find ones that are going to complement this green and this green instead of being this very, very dark brownish color. Great job on your 202, Kirsty. Keep it up. Gryffindor Panda, hey Zamai, I hope your vacation was fun. Thanks for any advice. Of course. Gryffindor Panda. So, I'm going to be honest here, Gryffindor. You're dressed like you're highlighting water. And you have Moana with you. But your environment feels like Earth. You have all these trees in the back. You have all this green at the front. We have all these glowing flowers. And I know you're using blue flowers, but again, let's look at some water snaps, right? Instead of trees here, we got bubbles, shell spirals, ocean backdrop. Where did Miss Spock's go? I thought it was right next. There it is. Here's another one, right? we have all this water, and then we have these blue smoke bombs rising in the back, water in the front, right? It's very clear that the element they're highlighting is water. Here's another one, very clear. Another one, very clear. So you'll notice in these water-based snaps, Gryffindor, you're going to notice that in most of these strong water submissions, they're going out of their way to make sure almost everything you see is oceanic, blue, or water-inspired. So what I would recommend for your snap would be to kind of reconsider your approach here. Also, don't forget, you can really lean into avatar customization this week, Gryffindor. You know, look at what people are doing, you know, with their avatar. People are finding super creative ways to showcase the element of water that are going with water. But your picture has more green than it has blue. The only reason I know you're going for water is because you have a few fountains, and you have an ocean villager, and you have an ocean outfit. If you took those 3 things away, I would think you win Earth. So I would be very careful here. It's on theme, and if you pop up against the right stuff, you can get 4K. But if you want to be in your element of water, really think about that. Be in your element. Surround yourself with water items, with, you know, water decor, with everything. You've surrounded yourself with a lot of Earth here, and I think that's a little risky for what you're going for, especially looking at your competition. And I want you to keep your 4K streak. Black Knight is next. Option number 1 here. I've tried a few different earthier outfits. This dress is really standing out for me. I had a second to pick. Okay, beautiful snap here. Yeah, this dress has actually been in a couple of other snaps as well. It's a flower dress, so it definitely works. And you got the bright green eyes. Oh my god, that little hedgehog is perfect. Yeah, I would definitely go with this one, Black Knight. Hedgehog looks great. On this one, he's kind of jumping on the side. He looks really cute here too, but he looks fantastic here. You got him right at the front. And yeah, the dress is good. You have these willows hanging down. Great job with the smoke bombs in the back. Again, I'm surprised more Earth element snaps weren't using this new mushroom house. So I'm glad you got it there. And you even got the old mossy castle in the back. Very good, very good. No recommendations. Lee Squeaks. There's so many good snaps out there. I wanted to stand out, so here's my first attempt. Looks like wind, I believe. You have the rushing papers, and you have the tornadoes here. Yeah, very cool, very cool. Fun wind snap. Also, by the way, Lee Squeaks, if you want to stand out, just make a good snap. Good snaps always stand out. Again, you guys, to be extra crystal clear, during Dream Snaps, it's not you versus everyone else. No one's going in, like, voting does not work where we just see 1,000 Dream Snaps and we pick our favorite out of the 1,000. It's just 1v1s, guys. It's 1v1s. If you make a pretty snap and you do the theme, you're going to stand out because 99% of people do not do that. Well, I wouldn't say 99%. I would say about 80% of the snaps you see when you vote, 80% of the snaps you see when you go out to vote are random selfies, they're random quest photos, they're fields with a handful of on-theme items placed. They're not very good. And that's not me being mean. You know it's true if you go vote. You know it's true. That's what you're going to pop up against most of the time, you guys. And then even when you do pop up against other good snaps, like this is water and this is going to stand out insanely well. This is fire and this is going to stand out insanely well. So when it comes to standing out, that doesn't mean you have to do something completely different from everybody else. I think you did a great job with Wind, by the way. I would say, you know, like Jingle Bell is probably going to stand out more than anybody else. She actually did the avatar and did like all the elements, which is crazy. But there's a lot of ways. I love snaps that are different, but I really, really cannot get behind this. Oh, I did this because I I had to be different. Or, no, you should do what you want to do. You shouldn't be letting what everyone else is doing dictate what you choose to make. If you want to make a wind snap because you want to make a wind snap, then you should make a wind snap. If you want to make a fire snap, you shouldn't go, well, I was going to do fire, but I saw a lot of people doing fire. I really want to be different. I want to stand out. You're going to, if you do a good job. It's 1v1. 1v1, 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 over and over and over and over and over. So even a fire snap that's made well is going to stand out against other fire snaps. So guys, when you submit for your reviews, I beg of you, please, if you chose to do something simply because it's different, don't even include that, because I'll have to go on this whole rant over again. The main reason I'm so adamant about this is because this is often a trap for a lot of new players. A lot of people get into Dream Snaps and they're under this misconception that you have to do something entirely different from what everybody else is doing to get votes, which is completely false. And I want that to be very, 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 very clear, which is why I always bring it up. So if you do choose to do your theme simply based on what everybody else is doing, you see everybody doing one thing and you're like, well, I got to go do something else. Keep that to yourself. Just keep it to yourself, because I'm going to feel inclined to have this speech for the 1 millionth time. Beautiful wind snap, by the way. I would hope that you did this because you wanted to do it, not because you felt like you had to be different. It's cool. I've seen some good ones online. I've seen some good wind snaps. Not really much room for anything else here, and you do have the rushing leaves here in the back, but they're very hidden by the smoke bombs. I think if you took some of the rushing leaves and put them a little bit more towards the front so they blew across the front of the scene, that could be good. There's also the fairy garden, which if you place the fairy garden at the front left or front right, you can actually get some wind going across this scene that way as well. Beyblade is next. Kind of feeling burnout. So I took this look inspired by Marvels of Nature Snap. Please let me know if it's in the theme. Oh, I was hoping you would also use Nala. You're the only other person I've seen besides that one we reviewed earlier that I've seen actually like use this Nala really well in a snap. But yeah, great job here, Beyblade. Between the three, I kind of like this one the most. So this one's really good because Raja's in a great spot here. But this one, he fills out this big opening, which I think is really fun. I would either say number 3 or number 2. Number 1 is also really good, but there's a lot of opportunity kind of right here, which is why I'm glad he brought Raja in. Actually, I would probably say number 3 might be my favorite, but number 2 is really good because you got this beautiful purple butterfly right here. And then you also have, this whole situation. And again, guys, look at how different this is, right? We've seen a lot of Earth snaps. We haven't seen a single one like this. So when it comes to standing out in Dream Snaps, as long as you're not just ripping somebody else's snap off or copying somebody else's snap, it is going to be different. They're all different. Trust me, I review thousands of snaps, and even when everyone's doing the same theme, and even when everyone's doing the same concept, you can always tell who the standouts are. You can always tell who puts a lot of thought into their snap, and those are the ones that are always going to stand out. Like this. Beautifully done, Beyblade. Dory is next. I chose to go with water. One snap from liquid, and the other one's more solid form for ice. Okay. So we have this one and this one. So the tricky thing here, Dory, is that this one is very dark. When you do an indoor scene, you're lighting your time of day. I think what you're doing is you're using the color temperature slider. Now, what you have to understand with the color temperature slider is that it's actually kind of a trap. So if we use this color temperature to make our snap more blue, look at how dark it gets. Now we can hardly see anything. The problem with the color temperature is that it actually just puts, like, basically imagine a solid piece of plastic that was blue, put that over camera, that's what we see now. So if you're going to use this slider, you're going to need to also use highlight. You got to boost your highlight all the way up. That way you can still have some of the blue, but you don't really need this color temperature. If you want blue in your snap, add blue. You'll have plenty of blue, you know. If anything, the color temperature slider has hurt this a lot because now we're not getting the good glow off these plants. It's very dark within the scene. But if you boost highlight, you can fix that. And then again, you also don't necessarily need the blue slider here. It is making your scene very dark, which is dark snaps like this are extremely rare in 4K. So just be cautious. Now this one, lighting is very good, very solid. You got some great ice presence here. And I think ice is actually more rare than almost anything else I've seen this week. I mean, technically it's a water snap, right? It's just, you know, we've had a lot of frozen themes before. So my only, you know, hesitation with ice snaps is that we've seen a lot of snaps like this in the past, right? We've seen a lot of snaps where we made a frozen world. You know, we had Arendelle Showcase. We had the challenge that referenced Elsa's Crystal Kingdom. So we've seen a lot of snaps like this before. Whereas, you know, snaps that fully embody fire or earth or water are things that are a bit more unique. Things that the voters have not really had a chance to, you know, take in before. So I would just be cautious there. But between the two, currently, Dory, this one is definitely the stronger snap because of the lighting here. So if you want to go with the indoor kind of scene and you want to use the blue slider, make sure you boost your highlight to make up for that slider taking a lot of the color away. Wishing Stardust. We got a tri-split here. I knew somebody was going to do it. Okay. Hope you had a great vacay. Decorate like crazy, but then couldn't figure out. Decided to do another pair. Actually, very happy how these turned out. Okay. So, we got option number 1. Yeah, I love the fire, earth, and then the water. Calico Cat with the sub. Thank you, Calico. Thank you. Another cool cat joins the fam. Oh, yeah, I like Moana here a bit more. Because with Simba here, it kind of feels like this is earth, but this feels like earth and water, and then this just feels like fire. So I think finding a way to make sure the right-hand side feels 100% like water is a good direction. And having Moana jumping over there, I think definitely helps. Eric, not quite as animated. Also, the saturation, I think, is better in number 2. So between the 3 Wishing Stardust, I would say number 2 may be my favorite. Hades captures the fire here really well. I love the hanging lanterns. The earth side here is very fun and direct, but I would consider your makeup. We have no eyeshadow. I think you might still have no makeup on from Lazy Cozy Day. That was one of the few challenges where we didn't really do much with makeup because we were having a lazy day. And trust me when I say you could do some super fun stuff with makeup and avatar design this week, so I would consider that here. And then Moana here on this side. You know what could be fun is like a little boat in the water. There's all these little canoes. I know the glowing algae has a huge footprint though, so you might not be able to fit the canoes. But they could be fun. They could be fun. And then the tricky thing is too, Wishing Stardust with the tri-split. The tricky thing is making sure we don't have things breach into the other scene. And you don't want the same grass kind of on both sides. It's very technical, but, you know, you did it perfectly on this side. Notice how, you know, one side to the other, it feels like a comic book panel, right? Like nothing is the same. On this side, a little trickier. But what you could do is you could use more items like this. You know, you could bring those pearls and that glowing moss down even further and then just kind of fill this area with that stuff. Or not, I think it's bubbles. So yeah, you could take pearls and bubbles. I don't know if you have the Tatooine sand, But you could pave this with that sand path and make it feel more... Actually, nope, because it's not sand, so your river kit edge is going to end up being green, so that wouldn't work. That's going to look weird. So yeah, I'd probably do the moss and bubbles all the way down, and then try to make sure there's no breach. That's how you'll get the best wow factor out of the scene. Because yeah, this is perfect. This is a perfect divide. I think if you were to touch up this divide right here, you'd have a perfect tri-split. And it's very close to perfect, so even if you don't do that, I think it still has a great shot at 4K. Though again, you know, it seems that single element shots do tend to be stealing the show this week. They do seem to be a lot more popular. Dally is next. Option number 1. And then option number 2. I have 2, but not sure which is better. Any advice would be appreciated. Can I also move the green motif up to her hands? It's not going to give the same effect, no. You see how the green motif here goes around? If you move it up here, this green part is going to overlap the top. Now, there is a good green motif you can put in her hand, if you would like. It's from the same star path you're using. So, if you want to put green in her hand, you can just do... this right here. You can just put this in her hand. It can be earth magic, you know. I know it's a little green potion-y flame, but it doesn't have to be, you know. I mean, you could shrink the motif and turn it up to where it kind of goes around her wrist, I guess. I mean, there's ways you can work it out. Aside from that, I would try to face the camera a bit more so we can see her antlers kind of breaching out. And the other thing is, you're in the shade. I think it's because of these big mushrooms here on the side. So that's why it's so important to have the sun right behind the camera. That way you're not going to get shade on your avatar or on your characters. And if you're doing earth, like, you know, you have your earthy outfit. Do we really need Fairy Godmother? You know, she doesn't really play too well with it. Alice has nothing to do with it. Pocahontas, absolutely. You don't need to have a bunch of villagers. You really don't. It's less is more sometimes, Dally. Always remember that. Sometimes it's better to actually have less villagers if they're specifically on theme. Now, for a challenge where we're making a giant expo, a lot of villagers is good because people come from all over the world for an expo. But if we're doing a beachy challenge, I'm not going to add 7 different villagers that have nothing to do with the beach, right? I'm going to have Stitch in his beach outfit, Moana, because she's a beach villager, Ariel, and also Max, and then Maui. That's it. I'm not going to add anybody else. Unless, maybe Eric, but that's it. Because I'm not going to add people that don't have anything to do with the theme. This was Seaside Chic. We have Ariel, we have Max, we have Eric, we have Merlin, because they all work with the theme. This is Marvels of Nature. We have Miko, we have the Avatar, and we have Pocahontas. So, you have this nature-inspired scene, but Alice doesn't really fit in. Fairy Godmother could, but she's not necessary. Pocahontas is perfect. You could just do Pocahontas. You don't have to use 4 or 5 villagers. It's great to use more villagers when you're doing a theme where more makes sense and more is better, like a party, a celebration. But for a challenge where it's all about the element, for this, think about it. Your entire photo needs to be about the earth element, because that's what you're going for, right? Pocahontas plays directly into that. Rapunzel, Alice, and Fairy Godmother, not so much. Camsel is next. Hi there, I first started with an air theme, but switched to water, but I've been struggling with background elements. So it looks like you also did a earth submission as well. Ooh, I like the shovel pose. You got the shovel touching the earth. That's fun. That's fun. I also like the style on the avatar here. Very good outfit. Mossy castle in the back. Very cool. Lotus bloom house on the side. And I like that you're blocking a lot of the water. That's one thing I've seen. You know, I've seen a lot of earth snaps that had some water. Some have way too much. Because if you look at a lot of the really strong early earth snap submissions we got, they're showing us that we really do not need a bunch of water to make the earth theme work. I think it's okay to have a little bit because part of earth is like, you know, but, you know, this is the planet Earth. This is about the element of Earth, right? So I think snaps that really play up plant life and wildlife and the forest, you know, they play really well into that Earth concept. I think if you're going to have a nice waterway, you know, making it small and making sure that the Earth element is the bigger part of the scene, I think is important. So really good job here, Camzel. And your water one's good too, but I think this one more directly approaches the element. The water one, you have like all this water here at the front. We have these fountains, but then we have a house that doesn't really have much to do with water. I mean, Lotus, they do bloom on water, of course, but, you know, if we had little lotus blooms like that could go on the water, that would be cool. But we don't. And then we have like the icy willows, which, you know, have the color blue, but there's also a ton of green present. Whereas this one, there's a ton of green present, but that's good because it's the element we're going for. I would say between your two, I think this one's definitely the strongest option. Looking really good. If you wanted to give it some more pizzazz, you can add some tasteful fireflies, maybe. Maybe even add some wildlife if you want a bird flying around. Could be fun. Poppy is next. Hope you had a nice break. Struggling with lighting. Pocahontas side. Started to spiral. It's dark or even no sun is behind the camera. Then ended up... Couldn't see Simba. Okay. So, Poppy, have you been watching my other reviews? Your sun is back and to the right. You brought a big willow over here to the right. That's creating the shadow. We've talked about this a lot. So, you know, when your sun is behind your camera, that doesn't automatically mean you're immune to shadows. If there's a big shadow being cast in your scene, you need to follow it. That's all you got to do. Follow the shadow. Where does it go? What's causing it? And then you correct. That's it. That's it. But when you have big items in your midground, and when you have very large items like the willow tree off to the side, you're going to get big shadows. So, again, sun behind the camera does not make you immune to the way light works. You gotta think about where those shadows are coming from and always consider that. But everybody looks pretty good to me. I mean, Pocahontas is a little shaded, but it's not bad. I don't think there's anything to stress out about or worry about. I mean, in this one, we can hardly see Simba because you have all the green light there. The tricky thing here is, you know, are you going earth or water? Like, it feels like both. Maybe you're going both. My biggest recommendation for this particular Snap Poppy would be your makeup. You haven't touched it. I think you left it alone from Lazy Cozy Day where we weren't really using makeup. There's some really, really fun character design stuff you can do this week. A lot of the good players are doing it. A lot of the players that are very consistently in that 4K range, they're all finding super creative ways to customize their avatar. Again, look at Beyblade here. Top 100 all the time. Almost a year straight of 4K. Look at that avatar design. Look at the amount of detail and effort that's gone into it, right? You're getting a little hung up on some shadows when what's really impactful is the avatar right in front of our face. And you haven't touched the details much on the face, the makeup. You've done some cool eyes, but nothing for the lip, nothing for the eyeshadow. There's a lot you could do here. Again, look at your competition. Look at how much people, the eyebrows, the lip, the double eyeshadow, the hair, the accessories. There's so much. There's so much you can do. Don't get hung up on a tiny bit of shadow on your snap. That's not going to be what make or breaks 4K. Sure, you'll be more competitive if you can fix that, but you need to prioritize what you should be focusing on. Shadows, you just follow them. What's causing the shadow? Readjust. You might need to move things around. But nothing here is like dark enough to where it's going to like completely damage the snap. You have a lot of shadow here, but again, your sun is off to the right. Follow the shadows. You'll see where they're coming from. You'll see. Fallen Angel. I have 3 photos. I'm not sure which to go with. I know 2 of them need lighting fix. Okay, number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Very magical. It's a lot of green. Again, it's kind of like we saw here where it's like an earth snap, but it's also very water. Like in Beyblades, we have some water here, but it's abundantly earth. It's not really 50-50. It's more like 70-30. I'd say this one's like 60-40. Now, I do think Ariel is great if you're trying to highlight that you're going water, but I think it would be a good idea to have her a little further back, or you can just go without her. I think the downside here, though, is that again, it's a lot of green, a lot of earth. I think some of the snaps I'm expecting to do really well this week are the snaps that are really in their element. They took their character and they said, I'm choosing water, and they put the character in water. Or they put the character in fire. They are literally in the element. So there are some great ways to do that. This one's literally in the water, completely surrounded by blue and mist and water and fountains. This one is right in the middle of the fire. We see the same thing here, right in the water. And this one right with the wind, right? These are the snaps I think that are going to do very, very well. Now, this one's very pretty and very magical. But my main recommendation would be, if you wanted to do the one like this, what can we do to make it more water-centric? Because, we have a little river here, and we have some beachy elements, but there's so many things we can do to make water more of a primary focus. Now, I think this one's better because your water goes out a lot further. This addresses that issue. And for your background, I think instead of the pink smoke bombs, it would be a good idea for you to change them into blue. That's going to give you more blue that's going to play well with the water that you're doing. And yeah, I would go with the Ariel one out of the 3 because she's an ocean villager. I mean, Peter Pan also, Neverland kind of in the ocean, so it works too. But I think Ariel plays well with the water concept. And it's all about the elements this week. So who makes you think about water first? Ariel or Peter Pan? I would say Ariel. Fallen Angel. Oh, did we just do yours? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Whoops. Juju. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Okay. First up, we have an Earth style snap. And then a split scene. I'll be honest with you, Juju. I think your original snap here, the Earth concept, is definitely the stronger of the 2. This one's fun, but the tricky thing with a split shot is you need to be the divider, and the fact that we can see the path on both sides of you, like we see the path here and we see the path here, it makes it a little bit less impactful. And also the detail you have in this one is really good. The pose is beautiful. You're highlighting, you have the green smoke bombs for your backdrop. And that's kind of what I was recommending for Fallen Angel. Your smoke bombs are still set to pink. But if you set your smoke bombs to the color of your element, green for earth, blue for water, it's going to help give your snap more of that elemental feel you're looking for. Kind of like what we saw with Mama Dukes here, using all of these red and orangish smoke bombs, and then, you know, Miss Spock here with all the blue smoke bombs. But yeah, no recommendations on this one aside from maybe adding some pets and companions, Juju. I think this one can be really strong. If you want to add a villager, Pocahontas could be really good, or since you have this kind of Neverland house, you could add Peter Pan. Mags is next. Welcome back, Senpai. Hope you enjoyed your vacation, but you were sure missed. It's been a good bit of time thinking about what to do this week. I'm pretty pleased with how this turned out. All right, let's take a look. Okay. Oh, so it looks like, Mags, you went for the route of mixing together a bunch of elements. Okay. Well, I do think this is the riskier direction this week, but it is a fun snap. You've got a lot of good detail. I mean, we have lightning, we have fire, we have water. So we even have electricity, which is fun. And you have earth kind of in the center. I love your outfit. Great job. I would add some dark green eyeshadow because if you do have eyeshadow on, I think it's kind of the same color as your skin. I would also do a dark green lip. Just match the hair color you have here. That's going to give a little bit more detail to the avatar. Yeah, and Moana and Maui are fun, kind of on the water side. Again, you know, what I think is going to see great performance this week are going to be these snaps where people have really taken themselves and set their avatars inside of a very particular element. But I think snaps like this, we will see a lot of these in 4K as well. So I think the risk comes from popping up against the ones that are really in their element, but they're rare. I mean, we've reviewed a lot of snaps, and we've only seen a few that really embodied that. I'd say, you know, less than half. So no recommendations here, Mags. You know, there's a little bit of risk involved with the scene. Oh, well, I do recommend the makeup. But, you know, mixing a lot of elements together, I think does come with an element of risk here, but it's a beautiful snap. So it does have a great shot of 4K. Scuttle, hope you enjoyed your mini vacation. Thank you, my friend. Hey, Lilo.
Thanks for your help.
Thank
I have some
you, my
ideas
friend.
to bring out more of my wind snap.
Nice. Happy to hear that, Lilu. Happy to hear that. And thank you for the super chat, my friend. That is very nice of you. Very nice. 8069 on the board now. Let's go. Fantastic. A very strong return to the stream today, thanks to you guys. All right. Scuttle, we got water. Okay. I'm going to have to close. Actually, I'm just going to minimize that one. I can come back to it if needed. We need a new window now because that one was getting kind of full. All right, very solid. This marks my 52nd snap, 1 whole year of snaps, and I spiraled hard on it. Last is currently submitted. I spent last week literally chasing waterfalls in the forest, so I went water. Thank you for all your help and advice. Of course. Yeah, I see why you went with this one. Between the 3, definitely the best bet. The angle on this one is same. You know, I think the angle on the first is a little weaker, whereas the angle on the second and third are perfect, but your bubbles are a bit better on the last one here. Not a lot of space to add like villagers. I do love the dragonflies. This plays really well into like, you know, this kind of pond area. You're going to see a lot of dragonflies in an environment like this. I think the tropical vibes. Good job with the fountains, with the avatar design. Great job with the skin color, the makeup. Overall, very strong. Not really much space for like companions or villagers. And you've already handled the foreground and background, so no recommendations here. Great work. Has a good shot of 4K. Brittany says, open to any feedback. Okay, we got option number 1. Then we got option number 2. Number 1, I think, is a lot stronger. Your colors are, your saturation is much better, and you have a nice, beautiful silhouette around the avatar. Now, what you could do to make this silhouette a bit more impactful is add a tall street lamp several paces behind you enough to where you'll cover it. You might not be able to fit it because of this big boa tree here, but if you could get a little golden silhouette going around your hair, that could be really pretty. But if you can't, don't worry about it. You got a nice little silhouette here. Flowers in the foreground look great. Definitely has very good earthy vibes. You don't have much space for like Pocahontas or a villager, but again, companions can be fantastic to add into scenes like this. So I think, you know, a little bird flying by right here by the willow could be really good. A little raccoon or fox down here could be great. But between the two, I would definitely go with the one that has the sunset time of day, because you have this great silhouette kind of around the avatar, and it really comes through on this one. Saturation's also better. Jen, first time posting here. Let's go! First review for Jen. Was curious what your thoughts were on this. I've gotten great feedback from my family, but it's nice to get others' opinions too. Okay. Well, overall, very solid, very solid. Capturing a lot of the good earth elements here. You have some good earth colors here in the outfit. My biggest advice, this could definitely get 4K as it is right now, even without changes. However, Dreamsnaps, you see a lot of fluctuation. Your performance is going to depend on what it pops up against. And your family's right. This is a beautiful snap. But there's a lot of really talented snap makers out there, like some really incredibly talented people. So, you know, we're not here to talk about whether your snap is beautiful. Almost every snap we review is beautiful. What we want to talk about is, can we guarantee it gets 4K? So, when it comes to getting 4K, it's all about what you pop up against. It's about what kind of voters you have. So, there's a few things we recommend everybody do, because these are things you see most commonly in 4K. Now, you're already doing two of the most important things, which is great. Your sun is behind your camera, you have great light coming into your scene, and you have the camera pushed closer to the avatar to give a very good look at your avatar design. The only recommendation I really have, if you wanted to make this even more competitive, is to seal out and detail. So if we take a closer look at your snap, we can see through it here, and it kind of just falls off. So that's the edge of the floating island behind you, edge of the floating island. So, not something you necessarily have to worry about this week, but in your future snaps, always avoid the edge of the island. All being on the edge of the island does is rob you of the opportunities to create your own backdrop. Now, you should have enough room to do this, and here's what I recommend. If you happen to have the green, or the smoke bombs, you can turn them green. Those would be a great way to seal off your snap so we don't see right through it. I'm going to show you some of my snaps here. This was a rank 90, and you can see we have a forest back here. But notice how we can't see through it at all. We have green streetlights back there. So the voter's imagination has to fill in what's in the back. It's even more forest. That's where your mind goes. You know, because you don't just see off the edge of a floating island. That's how you make a movie scene instead of a movie set, so to say. And you'll see this is a common trend from a lot of our players that just stay in 4K. That have just been in 4K for a year or longer. Like when we look at Beyblades here, you can't see through the snap, right? It's very full. Now you do have a nice little green silhouette kind of back here in this pocket. And the lighting here is perfect. You know, I think you're doing a really good job with that. The things I'm telling you now, like, you know, sealing out the back of your snap and also adding detail, like you can add, there's some fun, like small green bushes you can place in here, like the little green Eternity Owl bush. These things are only going to matter if you end up popping up against a snap that's just as good, but possibly even better than yours. So that's why we talk about making your snap more competitive. So yeah, this is an absolutely beautiful snap, very likely for 4K with 0 changes. However, if you want to make this even more competitive, or if you want to consider these pieces of advice for the future, avoid building close to the edge of the floating island. That way you can take all the control on your background. You can make a deeper forest. You can create a silhouette effect with either lights or smoke bombs. And then always view open pockets as an opportunity. Not for just cluttering it up with decor, but for companions or pets. You know, you can have a cute little hedgehog right here. You can have little flower petals here, maybe a little flower off to the side. So when creating dream snaps, don't forget about pocket items. A lot of people make the mistake of only using what they find in their furniture menu. They'll go into landscaping, they'll go in their furniture menu, they'll place some stuff, and they're like, okay, I guess I'm done. But one thing that's really easy to forget is your storage room. In your storage room, you're going to find beautiful flowers. You're going to find a grub log that you can get from Time Bending. There's a little grubby log you can put down. There's so many good items that are in your storage rooms, and those can be great fillers for these little open areas. And oftentimes, those additional details, that's what helps you beat the snaps that look just as good as this, because now yours not only matches them, it exceeds them. So that's the only advice I have for you. You're doing really well. Your first review is quite impressive. Avery is next. Oh, very good, Avery. Very good. Very cool snap here. I like this. First time submitting for a review. I'm on Switch Lite, so the graphics aren't the best, but I love Dream Snaps and have learned a lot from you. Thanks for reviewing. Of course, my friend. Well, I can tell you've learned a lot. You know, I don't know if it's from me necessarily, but I can tell you have, because you're doing a good job here. Your pose tells a story. You know, I like the woodland nymph kind of vibes here. Very animated shot of the avatar. Great job with the foreground. You filled out the bottom left-hand corner as well. And, you know, I can always tell when it's Switch, but I never discount a snap for that. You know, I'll never vote against a snap due to graphics, because that's beyond control. You've done everything very well here. Sun is behind the camera. Foreground is filled out. Lots of great detail. Very good layers. You know, we can't see through the snap. You have silhouettes in the back. If you have fireflies, right up in the canopy here where it gets a little dark, some tasteful fireflies up here could be really nice. You don't absolutely need them, but they could be super fun. And if you wanted a companion, you don't have much room for any ground companions, but you could have a little bird flapping around, or maybe even a bee since you have so many flowers. Beautiful work here, Avery. Keep it up, keep it up. Very likely for 4K with this. Ultimately, it comes down to what you pop up against, of course. Claudia, hi, Zeb. I hope you had a great vacation. Looks like you have two options here. Oh, very nice. Very solid earth build. I like this. I like this. And I'm glad you didn't go too crazy with the villagers. You know, we have three. We have Pocahontas, we have Merida, we have, you know, Tinkerbell. Three villagers that make a lot of sense. And some good companions. Also great pocket items. We have pine cones. We have petrified wood. We have that new wood from the adventure pack. We have mushrooms. And we have a lot of flowers. This is what I mean, guys. This is what I mean about pocket items. Beautiful position for the Mickey Cloud. A little gold orb in the sky. Now you also have a water option. This one's also really pretty. Great job with the smoke bombs. Both of these are 4K snaps. I'm pretty confident of that. I don't think it really matters which one you go with. The thing is, Claudia, with this one, you're going to have the bonus of pets and villagers, which is a determining factor for a lot of people. And then for this one, you're going to have the bonus factor of just a very eye-catching snap, thanks to the heavy abundance of light and smoke bombs here. But neither one, I would say, is necessarily better than the other. They're both very good. So choose whichever one your heart desires. If I had to choose, I'd honestly probably go water here. I think this is a really cool water shot. But they're both great options. Again, this one has the benefit of villagers and pets, but the light and the colors here, I think, will be very eye-catching. Dude, I have a really bad migraine, you guys. I don't know what's happening. It's been, I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's been like an hour now. Jordan got sick in Florida, and I did not. I did not get sick. But I fear I might be getting sick. I hope not. I just got back. ABC. We got two options here. Okay, very earthy. I like it. I like it.
Here, mate. Have a refreshment.
I might have to go take some ibuprofen or something, guys. All right. Between these two, ABC, I'm going to say your first one has better balance because you're perfectly in line with this arch. And your second one, you're not as in line with the arch, and we can see right through these big gaps right here, and you don't necessarily have a light here. But I like that you feel closer to the frame in this one. You would just want to fix the gap here. Or just go with this one. I think this one's a pretty safe bet with what you have. That said, the one downside is you don't have a lot of diversity in your background. Your background, your whole back wall here is bamboo. So in front of that, you have some diversity. You have the arch here, and then you have these trees here, 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 and here. So you have like 4 different trees, but then it's just a wall of bamboo. And I think the reason it's just a wall of bamboo is for whatever reason, it looks like you built right on the edge of the floating island, which, you know, I don't recommend. So guys, if you want to submit for a review, it's a good idea to consider the advice, because you already know why I recommend these things. If this is indeed the edge of your biome, you are letting the biome tell you what your background has to be. You don't get a say. You cannot have anything past this wall of bamboo. You get no choice. Why? Why do that? Luckily for you, ABC, you can use group select, and you can select pretty much this whole build because it's pretty small, and then just move it away from the edge. That's going to allow you to add some diversity to this tree line instead of just using bamboo. You can have the trees go a little bit deeper. If you don't have time, you can just roll with this. But if you don't have time for trees, then, you know, probably don't have time for, like, adding review critiques either. Because it only takes a few minutes to, like, you know, build a little bit of a forest in the back. Dreamy Luna is next. Went for Pandora Nature Water theme. Pandora Nature Water. For my shot. If there's anything else I should tweak, let me know. I'm pretty happy with it. Well, I do like the Pandora vibes. I've seen some good Avatar-esque Dream Snaps work out. But the biggest thing, Dreamy Luna, is how dark everything is. You guys are all in the shade. Remember, Dreamy Luna, one of the most important things with Dream Snaps, one of the most important things is lighting. It's right next to theme. Theme and lighting are extremely critical. Extremely critical. So, you know, when you have no lighting on your characters, like, you see, there's your sun. You see how your sun is hitting this drum, but it's not hitting any of the cast? Is this drum more important than all of you? I don't think so. And I think you should also not think that, right? So what you got to do is boost your character lighting, or have your sun behind the camera. Sun behind the camera. Sun behind the camera. There are some other things we can try to critique here, but lighting is...
Notice me, Senpai.
Lighting
Notice
is...
me.
Senpai, please go take some Advil ASAP.
Okay, I will. I'll go to that now. Lighting is really, really, really important. So, you know, whenever you're submitting for a review, that's always where we start, is lighting. If your lighting needs work, that's what we got to focus on. There's other things that can help you do better, Dreamy Luna, but until you get the lighting down, we got to stay with that. So when you build your snap, make sure you got the sun behind the camera. Before you build anything, before you place any items, you got to have that sun behind the camera. And if you don't have the sun behind the camera, then you have to boost things like character lighting and highlight. It's a lot more technical. So if you're really good at Dream Snaps, you can take a picture where the sun's not behind the camera, but you got to know your sliders for that. If you're kind of still learning, just keep the sun behind the camera. It's going to be a lot easier, and then we can focus on teaching you other things. I will be right back. I am going to listen to Sunshine and chat and go take an Advil or an Aleve or ibuprofen or whatever I can find.
弱いもん。
Okay. Sorry, that took a minute. I think we're out of ibuprofen. And I did have a bottle of Aleve, but I take it almost every night for my nerves, for my like foot sensations. And I was out. But we did have some like liquid acetaminophen or whatever it is. So I took that. We just had to dig it out of the medicine cabinet because it was all like the sleepy time stuff. And I was like, well, we had BC powder too, but it's way too late for me to have caffeine. It's like 7:30. If I have caffeine right now, I'm just not going to sleep. All right. All right. Back to it. Chewy. We got option number 1. And we got option number 2. Very fun, Chewy, very fun. Great job on the avatar design. Ooh. Yeah, first one is definitely stronger. You said, I'm doubting this, but can't put my finger on why. Perhaps if your dress was less black and a bit more fiery, I think that could definitely help. I mean, the black works for like the villainous kind of angle you're going for. But the reason I think a fiery color on the dress could be good for you is if we look at some of our other really strong fiery snaps, right? Look at some of our fiery snaps. You're going to see a lot of outfits that have a lot of red, yellow, like the magma outfit here, I think is so good for fire snap. And then you'll see other fiery snaps that are playing up things like the red and yellow dress. So they're really playing up those reds, yellows, and like the magma colors, the fire colors. In yours, you already have a lot of black from, there's a lot of scorched earth back here, like a lot of dead trees. And then, you know, we have the black from like the volcano here. And then there's the black on the dress and on the wings and on Jafar and on Hades. So what you might not be able to put your finger on here, what might be bugging you, it might be the fact that there's not as much fire color here as there is in some of the other snaps, and some of the other fire snaps. But that could be an easy fix. I think, especially if you target the wings and the dress. If we got rid of the wings, you can always do the horns with a different dress and really play up like those reds, oranges, and yellows. Give it a try. See if it helps. See if it has you feeling any better. Hopefully it will. Hopefully it will. I mean, it's a good snap. It's a good snap. I don't think it needs a lot. But I do think getting more of the fire colors in here might make you feel better about it. Depends on what's giving you that feeling. Cleric, hello. Or Krellic, sorry. Hi, here are a few ideas so far. I'd love any feedback. I made one setup outdoors and one indoors. I'm leaning towards the outdoor one, but I'm open to suggestions, color adjustments, or even starting over if you think there's a stronger direction. Well, let me start by saying I definitely don't think you need to start over. Both of these are absolutely beautiful. This one is so simple. You know, this is what I mean when it comes to being in your element. Look at how easy this is. And I know you're like, Senpai, you know, it's not easy to think of that. That's a good idea. But once you have the idea, it's easy put together. This is them in front of a fish tank with a pink smoke bomb, a blue smoke bomb, and some bubble generators. And they have a great outfit, and they managed to do a pose with the bee, but they're holding a bubble. They're really in their element here. This is really good. I definitely don't think you need to pivot, Corellic. This is fantastic. Now, I will say your outdoor option is probably more competitive. It just has, this one is really good. I think could get 4K, but it is very simple. And sometimes voters... If let's say, hypothetically, you pop up against a snap that's just as beautiful as this. This will beat a lot of snaps. But let's say it popped up against, I don't know, this, right? They're both beautiful snaps, but this one has a much higher level of detail and intricacy to it. So voters often en masse will gravitate towards the snap that has, if they're both beautiful, they're going to gravitate towards the one that has a bit more depth, a bit more dimension to it, a bit more texture. Which is why I think you're right to kind of lean towards your outdoor option. I do think this is really good. I do not think you need to pivot. This is beautiful. I love the fact that you have the water coming in here on the side. The pose of the staff is nice. Avatar design is great here. The blend of the blue and pink smoke bombs is fantastic. The bubbles rising up through the mist is really cool. I don't think you really need any different color direction here either. I'm trying to think of a good pet or companion you can add, but, there is... I don't know if you have the blue whimsical companions, but, like, the blue whimsical raven could look cool in here, especially if you got them flying over here. But you don't absolutely need them. Super fun snap, though. And also, like I said, this would be a good option. I think this would have a good shot at 4K for something that only requires a handful of items. Like, this is really good. I mean, the pose really sells it. But I do think this will be the safer option. Just because it's equally beautiful and it has a lot of depth and texture to it. Caroline Rose. Option number 1. Option number 2. Okay, good earthy snap. So, Caroline, ever since we got the smoke bombs, lights are still good for your silhouettes for the backdrop. I think the yellow looks great here. Just keep in mind those smoke bombs also can be really good for backdrop silhouettes if you ever want to use them. And also, what if you did green light on the outside? Like right here, green lights, and right here, green lights, and then you did yellow lights around the avatar. That's going to give you more of that earthy green, and it's going to give you a nice gold silhouette around the avatar. No room really for villagers or pets on the ground, but maybe if you wanted, you can have a companion flying through the sky. Sorry, I just took that medicine. It's nothing is agreeing with me. Catterday Girl is next. Oh, and didn't you have 2 options? Yeah, you did. The one with the butterflies, for sure. Well, they both have butterflies, but this one, they're kind of right over the tree. They look really good here. If you do retake the snap, I would try to get the butterflies over here again. Catterday, so this is what I came up with. And I think Catterday also DM'd me a couple snaps before the stream. So, my concerns here, Catterday, my concerns here is that this might feel more like the legend snap we just did, legendary moments, than it will feel like an elemental snap. That's kind of what worries me about this one. Because you have a Greek goddess feel, right? Like you have the toga, you have the laurel, you have the Greek-inspired hair, we have the Greek clouds. Is your element light or wind? If, that's the tricky thing is like, will people be able to figure that out? I would guess it's light because not everything here has to do with wind. Like you have glowing plants and you have a lot of gold items. But if you look at what we're seeing today, Catterday Girl, if you look at a lot of these snaps, they're very direct with their elements. It's very clear what element they're representing. And if I can't tell what element you're representing, that's probably going to be a problem because I've been able to tell what element everyone's representing so far, even if they're mixing elements. My concern, like I stated, is that this feels like elements of nature. Or not, sorry, not elements of nature. This feels, oh boy, my brain's starting to go. This feels kind of like legendary moments, right? It feels like you're a Greek goddess. You have Greek-inspired buildings. You have the Greek-inspired Star Path items. I don't like to tell people to do this. I don't even like recommending this. But my honest recommendation here is to pivot completely. I would choose something that's very direct, and I would try not to make it... I would try to avoid making it look like a challenge we just had a few weeks ago, because people will likely be confused when they see this. Like I said, your element could be light, it could be wind, but if you want to do wind, we've seen some great examples of how. There's a lot of items like the leaves that blow in the wind. There's the fairy garden that creates wind going across the screen. There's smoke bombs, like blue smoke bombs that you can use to, like, you know, embody the wind. You can have bigger wings to, like, insinuate wind. There's some good options there if you want to go wind, but, like, how does the wind tie into all the gold here? And if light is the element, that's going to... Oh, gosh. I'm hiccuping now. Let me drink some water. That's probably going to be a little tricky. My headache's already getting better, though, I think. So that's good. But yeah, I hate to say Counter Girl, but I think it would be a safe idea to pivot. Because in the snaps, you know, I can't really easily discern what your element is. And it looks more like you're a Greek goddess, right? And that's not really what the challenge is about. So again, I don't like making that recommendation, but I do think it would be the safest route to 4K for you. JMR is next. Okay, very cool, JMR, very cool. Thank you for the review. I also had vacation this week and got back Sunday night. I didn't have as much time as some weeks, so I hope it doesn't feel too rushed. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I think this is really solid. First off, love the little mushroom house here. Great little earth element. Good arch here. Good foreground presence. You got the corners filled out nicely. I love the style of the avatar skin here. The fact that you went with the green with, like, the little patches of yellow. Good pose. You got a nice companion with you. Peter Pan and Tinkerbell. Lots of good earthy elements here. So yeah, I don't think it feels too rushed. Not much room for anything else. Not really too much you could do here or that you would need. You know, we have like the Aurora, some magical sparkles over here. So for a snap you put together quickly, I think it's rather solid, you know, whether it gets 4K or not. Depends on what it pops up against, depends on your voters. But I think the outfit is strong. I think the look is strong. I think it's clear that you're going for Earth here. Alfira. Oh, this is beautiful, Alfira. This is absolutely beautiful. No recommendations for this. I think this is good to go. Very good earth element. The avatar style here is top notch. This is what I've been talking about when, you know, we've seen some avatars that don't have makeup and they haven't done anything with the skin. They're just kind of in an outfit. And I mention, you know, think about, you know, Alfira, very consistent 4K Moonstone earner. Gets 4K pretty much every week since I've known her. But always puts in really good details. Think about this when you're designing your avatar this week. No matter what element you choose, there are ways you can really embody that element. And the combination of the antlers, the face paint, the green eyes, the green eyeshadow, the green skin, the green lip, the staff, you know, we have all these elements of Earth tied into the avatar here. It is a great week for avatar customization, guys. So just keep that in mind. And this scene is absolutely stunning. Just completely loaded with all the different kinds of plants and life we would see in an Earth setting. So just amazing. Really well done here, Alfira. No recommendations. Holly is next. Hope you had a great time away. For this snap, I couldn't choose one element. Went with 3. I'm not happy with the earthy side of it. Just needs more, but I can't think of what to add. Earthy side. I thought this was a water side. I thought this was the earthy side, the front. The front looks like earth. The left looks like water, and the right fire. I mean, you're capturing your elements well, though. You don't really need to add more here. What you could do is just add some details to the water. Think reeds, think glowing lily pads. There's all kinds of cool little odds and ends you can put in your waterway here that could add some great detail and make this feel a bit more like this side. You could also put a little bit of space in between your waterfalls and add some blue smoke bombs. That way it'll balance out all these fun orange smoke bombs you have on this side. We can add a little bit more blue on this water side. And yeah, I would embrace that. I would have the front be earth where you are, the right be fire, and the left be water. Could be fun. Cranny's World. All right, we got the jellyfish outfit again. A little simpler, but I fear it still feels like it's missing something. More detail other than bubbles and waterfalls. Excited to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much again for taking the time to look. Of course, of course. You know what I would recommend here is moving the waterfalls out just a little and adding blue smoke bombs. Blue smoke bombs kind of behind the avatar and around the space. I think it's going to really play up the blue, and I do think you could be a tiny bit further away. The headpiece here, the jellyfish headpiece, is really nice. And for the blue smoke bombs, you know, we had a great example of that earlier. I want to go back to Miss Spock's snap, which was an incredible water snap. So here's another water snap. Here's some good options you can add too. Blue butterflies. These new water fountains, if you have them. Blue smoke bombs. And then also, keep in mind your avatar customization. You know, you can really play up blue here. You know, you could really embody your element. So yeah, I think if you were to move the avatar away just a little bit so we can see the full fit, or at least some of the top of the hat, I would consider blue skin, because I think it's going to play very nicely here. And I would move the waterfalls out just a little bit, so you can fit some smoke bombs in behind you to kind of play with some more blue light. The thing is, with the waterfalls here, they do have a nice blue kind of water coming down, but they also have a lot of earthy notes, right? Like they have a lot of rocks and greenery. And again, if we look at Miss Spock's, like the entire snap is water. Like everything is water inspired. Yeah, there are giant mushrooms in the back and such, but with the... You know, with everything we see, it's all blue. You know, and I'm not saying you have to go all blue for your snap, but I do think playing up more blue notes is going to match your dress well. It's going to match some of the blue we have at the base. And if you move these waterfalls out just a little bit and have them go down farther, you can still keep the really simple, fun concept, but you can add more blue with some of the smoke bombs if you happen to have them. If not, you can use blue street lights. Heather is next. First time getting a review. Still new to committing to do Dream Snaps, but any advice is welcome. Okay. So it looks like you're going with ice as your element. Now, I will say, in this case, I think Anna and Kristoff's castle might be a better choice than the Winter Palace. And the reason why is because it looks icier. You know, it's a very light blue. It looks like it's comprised of ice. And it even better if you have Elsa's Crystal Castle. But I know that not everybody has that one. That was like a 4,000 moonstone house. You've done a great job sealing off your snap. Like these blue lights in the backdrop are nice. And you have some good icy elements. But we do have opportunity for items here. And one of the things I always recommend when building your snaps is your foreground. You want to fill out your corners. So if you have Storybook Veil, think about pocket items. Like things you can drop from your storage. Pure ice is really good. Sapphire is really good. Let me pull up a couple of old icy snaps for you. So here's Majesty on Ice. And again, you know, look at the icy notes on Anna and Kristoff's castle. It's also got this built-up snow. It's going to match your vibe, I think, a lot better than the castle. As far as additional items to fill out your scene, these blue Eternity Owl bushes are great. Pure Ice is good. The Icy River Kit if you have it. Blue crystals. Icy pillars. All kinds of fun things. In this snap, we kind of see the same. Pure Ice, the Eternity Owl bushes, blue sapphire, these blue crystals, the frozen waterfall. There's also other winter houses that can work really well. And when it comes to villagers, I would bring them up a little bit. So what you'll see in a lot of 4K snaps is the villagers are usually well highlighted. They don't have to be right at the front with you, but you can kind of have them, you know, in the immediate area. Jennifer, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. You know, you'll see villagers kind of towards the forefront. Like this got rank 70, and we have Mickey right here. We have Donald right here. This got rank 90. We have Pocahontas right here. This is like 100, rank 100. We have Minnie. We have Tigger. We have Cheshire. All pretty close to the front of the scene here. They don't have to be right at the front, but having them well featured, like prominently featured, it could be a great way to fill out your snap even more. And don't be afraid to get even closer with the camera. Also, you want your look, whatever look you're putting together, to really embody your element, to really embody ice. Now, the blue of this top definitely does, but, you know, if you look at how far some of the other players are taking this concept, they are really diving deep into avatar customization to really embody that element. So if you're still getting the hang of snaps and new to it, you might not have a lot of the good items, but there's some great stuff for ice. Like there's like a winter mask. You can give your hair like a blue and white coloration. And there's also like the dark blue frozen dress that you get from Elsa, which would eliminate some of the white here. And the main thing I would consider is filling out the environment a little bit more. So again, foreground, like something kind of popping up into the foreground would be nice. There's like the little snow castle that could be good. There's also those blue Eternity Owl bushes. I always aim to fill out my foreground in every snap. And, you know, you'll see a lot of the really high-performing players tend to do the same. Like, let's look at this snap again. Notice how in the foreground they have these beautiful flowers coming up on the right and left. This is the norm for players like Alfira, players like Beyblade, and they're always in 4K. It's no coincidence that they always fill out their environments. Voters gravitate towards things like this. You know, again, this was rank 70, and you'll notice the bottom left corner is full of flowers, and the bottom left corner is full of flowers, and the bottom right corner is full of flowers. In Cherished Childhood, you know, we have presents in the bottom left, presents in the bottom right. I keep getting that backwards. And then we have villagers also, and a cat in the foreground as well. So we have all these different foreground elements. So what you can do for your foreground, very easy. You could do these little blue Eternity Owl bushes if you have that expansion. And you can do some pure ice around that if you have that expansion. If you don't, you'll have to get a little bit more creative. Just try to find items that sit pretty low to the ground that you can see over and use those in your immediate foreground. But that's going to be very helpful for structuring your snaps, for kind of layering your snaps. What you want to avoid, because it's uncommon in 4K, this could get 4K as it is, but it's just not as common. So what you want to avoid is a lot of emptiness. I don't mind an empty snap. I really don't. I think there's a lot of charm in open environments, but unfortunately, the voters just do not go for them in mass. Most of what you see in 4K are going to be scenes that pack a lot of detail. Most of what you see in 4K is going to be like this, especially in the upper ranks. So finding ways to fill in your environment, it could be bushes. You do have some great like blue crystals back here. You want to think of it like stairs, right? Like when you go upstairs, the first stair is always the lowest. Then we have the second stair, which goes a little higher, third, a little higher. You kind of go up. So it's the same thing when structuring your snap. Smallest items at the front, slightly taller items next, and then they get taller as you go till you get to the background. Your background, you already have all the large items back here, so you're all set. What you want to try to do now is layer some items within the midground and foreground here. And I would consider, making the avatar even more icy in appearance, and don't be afraid to get even closer to her. And then also, you could use the Winter Palace if you want, but there are some houses in the game that really embody that icy element. The Winter Palace is more of like a festive castle kind of feel for winter. But yeah, great first review. Doing a lot of things really well here. Hopefully you'll find the tips there helpful. Mellow mode. We got option 1 here. Okay. I think fire, right? I noticed how many folks are doing tighter shots, something you continue to mention, so I did take another prompt. Curious what you think is stronger. And then we have this one. Okay. So we have like a fire side and like an icy side. Well, first off, one thing I mention a lot is I would avoid the Forest of Valor or the Ancient Island. They both have really, really tall, aggressive grass. Like you see how it's, this is supposed to be the icy side. There's a snowy tree, there's an icy pillar, but then we have all this lush green grass all around. It doesn't feel very cold because of that. So what you could do is you could recreate this scene in the frozen floating island, the frosted island. And then you basically pave the left side with something to make it look like it's not snow, and then the right side you leave it snow. That way it's going to feel natural. You can pave this side with, whatever you want for the fire. You can do like sinister brick, and then you can put like lava and all these things around. But yeah, closer is better. It's going to be better than this. I think it'll perform better. And I like the concept here, like fire and ice. But it definitely needs a bit of refining. So when you create a multi-concept kind of snap like that, and keep in mind for 4K, you're up against some real gems here. There's some really good snaps where people have put in a lot of time, effort, and thought. So my biggest recommendation to you is to put a lot of thought into how you're presenting your concept. One side is fire, one side is ice. What can we do to really play that up? What can we do to make that feel more convincing? Well, both sides have the exact same grass, so it doesn't feel too different, right? How can we fix that? Well, if we go to an island that's covered in snow, and then we pave the fire side with sinister brick, and we don't pave the ice side, one side is black scorched earth, the other side is fresh white snow. Boom! Now you have these two different worlds that are kind of coming together in the middle, and you can deliver this concept and make it a bit more impactful. The other thing you want to avoid is kind of just reusing the same items, like copy-pasting. So you have Hades' torch here, 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 and here. There's a lot of good items that can communicate fire, you do have this little torch here. But, yeah, I don't know if you have the... Well, you do have Wish Blossom Ranch, or, sorry, Storybook Vale, because you have Maleficent. So let's talk about fire. If you want to do a fire snap, if you have Wish Blossom Ranch, that means you have this rug. This is the fall leaf rug, and it looks just like lava. Also in Wish Blossom Ranch, you have magma stones, volcanic stones. You have all these things to really make it look like a fiery landscape. But you're choosing not to use any of those things. Instead, you're kind of standing here in the grass with a few flame items dropped around, hoping for 4K. Your avatar design is good, but you definitely want to refine how you're building your environments, because you need to impress voters in order to win voters. So this is on theme, which is good, which means it could potentially get 4K. But you would have to be really lucky for that. Because the competition out there that's going to be also pushing for the 4K range, they have a lot of detail, and they've thoroughly designed their environments to fit the concept they're trying to deliver. Like this one is about water, so they use this blue mist to kind of cover the whole base of the scene here. So again, think about how you're portraying your environment. If you want to get 4K, especially if you want to get it consistently, you want to put a lot of thought into how you design these settings. You have a good idea here. Fire meets ice. You're using good villager toggles. Elsa looks upset. But beyond that, we're not really doing much with the environment. We're not really working to make this feel like an icy environment. Just placing snowy, icy items is not enough to make it feel convincing to voters. So think about my recommendation. Go to the Frosted Island, pave one side with Sinister Brick, leave the other side snowy. You be on one side, Elsa's on the other. Put your icy items on one side, put your fiery items on the other. And don't forget about all the good fiery decor you could be using that you're choosing not to. The fact that you have Maleficent there tells me you have the items you need. Or at least you should. Fall Leaf Rug glows like lava. Magma Stones, you can mine them in Storybook Vale. Volcanic Rock, you can dig up in Storybook Vale. So you have all these things that can really make convincing fiery environments. And you probably also did the recent Star Path, which literally had a bunch of magma items. The elements of nature Star Path. There's like a giant volcano. There's a big magma rock. There's like magma craters. There's all kinds of good stuff. But we're choosing not to use any of that. If you want to get 4K and you want to get the best value out of these reviews, you want to really consider how to bring your scene to life. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard to get 4K. Cozy Pixel Girly. 2 snaps this week. Okay, number 1 and number 2. I guess you're doing earth and water? I think this is a mix, I guess. Because you have a very water avatar, but a very earth-inspired build. You do have water behind you, though. Yeah, I'm guessing it's earth and water. Though what does seem a bit more popular this week, or at least, what I think is going to perform very well, are these snaps that are very direct about their element and, work very hard to showcase it, to make it super clear to the voter what, when you're in your element, what element is that? So in this one, I think it's multiple elements. Looks like maybe wind, water, and earth. It's very pretty, though. The lighting is very good. Between your two poses, I would say this one's probably better. The hair here is really big. And with you close, we don't get that same beauty out of the scene that we do in this one. And with this one, you also have a nice villager presence. It definitely could get 4K. Just depends on what it pops up against. The scene does feel a bit more earthy, though. You have so much green. I honestly think it might be a good idea just to make an earthy snap. Give yourself an earthy look. But that's just me. I mean, you could do water and earth if you want to. Danielle. We got option number 1, option number 2, option number 3. So it looks like you're doing water. You have Maui and Moana. Danielle, what's the rule? What's the rule for nighttime snaps? You already know. Lighting, right? The biggest key to making a nighttime snap work is making sure your lighting is on point. Nighttime snaps are a lot more technical. They're a lot trickier than your average snap to make work. And the most important thing for a nighttime snap when it comes to your character and villagers is going to be character lighting. If your character lighting slider is not working, restart your game and it will be working. But yeah, main thing you need here would be your character lighting. But yeah, we got to start with the basics. There's other things I would love to touch on here, but the fact that you haven't touched your character lighting, we got to focus on that. We got to focus on that. I hope you'll keep that in mind, because I would like to work with you on other stuff, but I feel like we keep coming back to lighting for your snaps. This is a beautiful ice snap. This might be one of the best icy snaps I've seen. Soko. Hi, Sabai. I didn't submit to live stream last week because I was traveling abroad, but since I'm back, oh, nice. Welcome back. I thought I'd put one in for this week. Thank you so much for the advice as always, and I hope you had fun on your trip. Oh, thank you, my friend. I did. Well, I love the way you did the lighting here. lighting is very strong. Got the sun behind the camera, good light coming in. I love all the icy trees here paired with the spirit water curtains. And then we have this nice blue backdrop as well. The little bits of pink hanging down on the top from those little algae banners. That looks great. I love how the pink mixes in here. It's like both forms of water, really. It looks like you're doing, like, you know, water as a solid and water as a liquid. And possibly even water as a gas, because I think you have your smoke bombs in the back, too. Very clever, very clever. My only minor recommendation would be to play up your foreground a bit more. So what I think you could do here that could be really good for you is, you know, you see how you have these blue Eternity Owl bushes here? Like, what if we had them down here towards the corners of your shot instead? And then we used pocket items like pure ice behind them. We've already shown several times. I pulled up, you know, looking at other ice snaps, kind of pulled it up here to show. But if you want to build a great foreground for an icy scene, these blue Eternity Owl bushes combined with pure ice can look really good. And, you know, they tend to go over very well with voters. And that could be a great way to fill out the foreground. The background is perfect, though. I don't think you need much else there. And yeah, super fun, super fun. This is really cool, Sapphire. I like this. I don't know if this is a it a little too ambitious for voters to understand. Thank you so much for looking over my submission. Well, I would guess you're kind of going as like Poison Ivy, you know? Like, that's the vibe I'm getting here. But the thing is, Sapphire, the voters don't have to understand what you're going for here. They just need to understand your element. That's all they have to understand in order for you to be on theme. And luckily for you, your element is super obvious here. It's an earth element. So I think you're pretty safe. I don't think it's too ambitious. Your foreground is fantastic. You know, you filled out this bottom left corner really well. You filled out this bottom right corner really well. I love the Venus flytraps and the flowers around. And I just love how you've, you know, got these thorns going through the environment as well. Like, it's such a menacing forest you have here. This is really cool. And what I really like is that you don't have a lot of light coming in, which just intensifies the glow that you're getting from this smoke bomb. This looks absolutely fantastic. Not to mention you played up the Avatar style extremely well here. So I don't know if you're actually going for Poison Ivy or something to that effect. The thing is, though, I don't have to know. I would vote for this in a heartbeat, and I think a lot of other people will as well. The only thing voters need to figure out is what your element is, because that's the theme, is to be in your element. Your element here is super obvious. It's super obvious. You know, we can tell it's Earth. We can see all around us that it's Earth. So don't worry, my friend. I don't think it's too ambitious at all. And bonus points if people do figure out who you are, you know? Really, really strong job here. Junia. Now, I really like the way this one turned out. This is super fun. She's actually using the green slider on the first two. The color temperature. She said, I think maybe I went a little too green with the first two. They look perfect on my screen, but when I upload them, I can barely see the color. The last one has more color. I'll be honest with you, Junia, I actually really like the green here. I think this is really cool. Now, this one's a bit darker, but this one here, the first one, the pixie dust, instead of being gold, it looks very green, which is really fun. Your character kind of being crouched down in the grass is really fun. Looks like a, you know, like a mythical wood nymph. You're highlighting that mossy castle here. The horse looks awesome. The antlers look awesome. I do like this one too, the one with the natural colors, but I don't know, dude. I would go with the green. I would go with the green option. I think this is super cool. The one downside to these color temperature sliders is that they do remove a lot of light from the snap. They will make it darker. But thanks to the pixie dust, and I think you've boosted your highlight as well, that is helping. If you don't already have the highlight maxed out, I would max it out. But yeah, I really like this. If you're super worried that it's too dark, you could go with this one. But I just love this abundance of green here. I think it's really fun. Messy Mother Crafter, I'm trying to decide if being zoomed in is a better option. Also, getting companions where I want them was a big challenge for me on the Switch. It's the same on all platforms. I play on a controller most of the time or on my Steam Deck. I also have the game on Switch. The companions, as far as putting them where you want them, sometimes they just like won't go in the spot where you want them. It has nothing to do with being on Switch. It's just the way that it works for everybody. Even on my mouse and keyboard, I can't just put the companion where I want them. They kind of jump around. So that's just the way the game's made. So yeah, you're at no disadvantage being on Switch for that. It works the same. Works the same. It's annoying for everybody. The villager toggle could be better. It would be nice if we could just place them exactly where we want them. The trick, though, is if you're having a hard time placing them somewhere, you need to move items around. Because like they kind of go to items like a magnet. Like if you drag them around, they'll want to be right up against something. It's weird. And honestly, you can go with either one. I usually don't get this close, though. The problem with being this close is we can barely see your antlers. And this one, we can actually see your antlers well. If you look at my photos, Messy Mother Crafter, I almost always have a little bit of space between the top of my head and, my hat and then the top of the frame. But I mean, look at this one. I'm so far away that you can see my shoes. And this got, like, rank 100. Now, this one I'm a bit closer, but as you can see, a little bit of space between the top of the head. This got rank 70. And that's how most of my photos are. There's always a little bit of space between the top of my hat or my hair or my bow and the top of the frame. So you never need to be this close to where your head is going out of the frame a little bit. If anything, it can block up the photo a bit more. Sometimes it's good, but sometimes not. The other thing I would consider, Messy Mother Crafter, is your character design. You haven't done anything with your makeup. You haven't done anything with the lip, with the eyeshadow, with the skin. There's some, people are going above and beyond this week in terms of avatar customization. I mean, look at this. Look at how crazy it gets when you style your avatar pretty much completely based around your element. There's some super fun ways you can do this. The outfit is great. But think about what you can do with the hair. Think about what you can do with the makeup. Think about what you can do with the lip. Think about what you can do with the skin. A lot of fantastic options here. But yeah, I would go with the one where you're a little bit further away. And overall, a good background. I would also consider adding more of the tall green smoke bombs, in particular back here, where it's kind of just gray. We have a lot of opportunity for some fun color back here. Like on this side, you nailed it. We have this fun green back here instead of just a pale gray opening. And then we have these beautiful green spirit fires raising up. You can do the same thing on this side. We can do some green here with some more smoke bombs. And yeah, for your smaller villagers, I would try to bring them up a little closer because they can help fill out this big empty spot here. But yeah, it's annoying to get them exactly where you want them. Like I said, moving around some of your items will allow you to move the villagers into different positions. It's kind of annoying on all platforms, unfortunately. LOTR, we got another split here, and a very good one. Very good. LOTR is really good at these splits. We saw a tri-split earlier, and this is what I was talking about, is how what really makes a split impactful, what makes it work really well, is a perfect division. Having it almost feel like we're looking at completely different environments. This is the prime example of a strong split scene. So we have fire, we have earth, and we have water. And each one has their own villagers. We have Moana here, we have Pocahontas here, and we have Jafar here. So very strong split here. No recommendations. Oh, I think that was my last one. Wow, we finished pretty quick. Bro, no way I reviewed 93 snaps already. I guess we did. I think that's a new record. I don't think I've ever reviewed that many snaps that fast. and we were pretty thorough. Well, I didn't spend too much time hyping up the good snaps. I would just be like, yeah, it's good. Doesn't need anything. Like this one, you know, this doesn't need anything. This is very solid. Like I said, it's a prime example of how you want to set up a split scene. Like, look at the way the environment's completely changed from one side to the other. You can't even tell that it's the same place. Very solid. That's impressive, you guys. I'm kind of impressed with myself. And my headache is definitely better since I took some medicine. It's still there, but it's definitely better. Well, we saw some absolutely incredible snaps today. You guys did a great job with this challenge, I gotta say. Some really good ones out there. Oh, just I'm impressed too. You move fast. I love Mushu. Yeah, Mushu looks really good in your snap. Looks really good there. Yeah, I know for Catterday, they said that was kind of crushing here because I pivoted from the original idea. Well, you know, Catterday, if you're still watching, I mean, potentially you could get 4K from it. It just depends on what you pop up against, you know. I think the reason I recommend a pivot is because I can't tell what element you're going for. And I do think that's going to be very risky with the voters. You know, like when you look at a snap like this, it's incredibly obvious that they're water. When you look at a snap like this, it's incredibly obvious they're earth. So I wouldn't recommend a full pivot if I didn't think it was necessary. But, you know, with so many snaps really embodying their element, really highlighting it, you know, I want you to have a great shot at 4K. So, you know, that's why my recommendation is what it is. But you don't have to take it. You could see how it does. It you know, who knows? It might still get 4K, you know. It just depends on what you pop up against. Because you gotta think a lot of the snaps out there are just random selfies, you know, like people that aren't even really trying. If you manage to pop up against some of those, you can easily get 4K, but you don't want to rely on that. You want to be able to set yourself up to where even if you pop up against other good snaps, you have a great chance against them. But yeah, great job, you guys. Great job. I'm going to save some of these. I'm going to save Miss Spock's for sure. Because I'm sure when we do more reviews tomorrow, I'm going to want these. I'm going to save Mama Duke's. Good water, good fire. And I'm going to save LOTRs because I see a lot of people trying split scenes. Oh no, I think I closed it. It's okay. I think I can pull it back up. I see a lot of people trying split scenes, and LOTR is very, very good at split scenes. So it's just a good reference point to do. I can't believe we finished before 9 o'clock. I mean, what did that take us? Like 4.5 hours? We went live around 3:30. Okay, so almost 5 hours. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I didn't think we'd get through them that quick. I guess I'm getting faster. We would have been done even sooner if I didn't have to stop for some medicine. All right. Well, yeah, about 5 hours. According to the uptime, 4 hours and 43 minutes. Not bad, not bad. We doing secondary reviews tomorrow, right? Correct, taters, correct. LOTR says, I was thinking we'd be here till midnight today. Yeah, dude, I was thinking it was going to be a while. I thought I'd be here till like 10 p.m. at the earliest. I was kind of surprised after I did yours, and that was it. I was like, bro, we reviewed 93 snaps already? That's cool. Then again, I do think with this challenge, the reviews are actually a little bit easier. And for most of you guys that have been getting reviews for a while, y'all are getting to the point to where you don't, you know, the only advice I have is like little tiny things that can help, you know, because at this point, I'm not having to constantly tell people about pushing the camera up. We're not having to get into lighting as much. So part of the reason the snap reviews are getting faster is because of you guys. Like, it's not me getting better at reviewing, it's you guys getting better at snaps. I think that's a big part of it too, you know? Where does the sun go again? Usually behind the camera, you know. Yeah, unless you're really good with your sliders, then it doesn't have to. But for beginners, yeah. Or for somebody that's having a hard time staying in 4K, just put this on behind the camera and let it ride, you know. I was thinking that not to submit. Sunshine said people doing great with the theme. Yeah, people are. Thank you for clearing that up. Yeah, of course. I have to, you know. I mean, I feel like most people are getting it, though, you know. I mean, how many snaps did we review today that did not have the sun behind the camera? I feel like there were only a couple of daytime snaps that did not do that, and there were a bunch of nighttime snaps, but now I got to start telling everybody character lighting, because that's one thing I'm noticing with some of the night snaps is that people are forgetting about character lighting on night snaps, which is that can really hurt your results. I haven't done anything with my adventure pack since I got back. Yeah, lighting was really good today, actually. It was super impressive. The fact that we reviewed 93 snaps, and I think we had to discuss lighting maybe 5 times. Guys, that's big. Think about that for a minute, you know? 93 people submitted snaps, and almost all of them had ideal lighting. That's pretty dang impressive. Growth, that's right. That's motion right there, dude. We got motion. Pretty soon, we're going to be taking up the whole 4K range. We're going to be in there. Oh, by the way, guys, look what I got. Look what I got. Look what I got. Look at my little raccoons. Look at this, you guys. Look at that. How'd you get those? Gameloft sent them to me because I'm the best. They were like, here you go, bro. Thanks for holding it down and helping everybody with snaps. We love you. No, I'm just kidding. They're from the Cozy Edition on Switch. You know how I told you guys I got impatient about checking my Dreamsnap results? I actually had a friend send me a redemption code for the Cozy Edition like a year ago, and I never redeemed it. And while I was in Florida, I had my Switch too, and I was like, I want to know how I did on my Snap. I really want to know. And I was like, oh yeah, don't I have like a free redemption code for the Cozy Edition? So I went into Discord, and I had to like dig through like a year's worth of messages, but I found it. And there was the redemption code. And I was like, I hope this still works. And I put it in, and sure enough, it still works. Now I own the game on Switch too. And it also came with like 14,000 moonstones, which are apparently locked to my Switch too. Like, I don't get them on PC. So I gotta go buy stuff on my Switch too, I guess. So I got a bunch of moonstones. And I got these cool raccoons. And I got a sweater. Look at that. I got a chest sweater. You know, do some shopping on your Switch. Yeah. I haven't bought anything this week yet. I mean, I don't really like this stuff. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, this seaside fishing shack and the stand. It's kind of cute, I guess. I'm just not feeling it. And then there's this Dutch Hound, which he's kind of cute. I'll probably get him. The moonstones will not transfer, but the items I buy with the moonstones will, which is funny. So, basically, if I go on my Switch too, I have like 21,000 moonstones. Now, any moonstones you win via Dreamsnaps, those are shared. They're shared across all platforms. But moonstones you buy or that came with your game, they're locked to that platform. But if I go on my Switch 2 and I buy the Seaside Fishing Shack, I will own it on PC as well. Yes, it does not make any sense. It's probably set up that way for some kind of security reason. Probably prevents people from like hacking and like basically making it seem like they have a million moonstones. There's probably some kind of underlying security interest there, would be my guess. It's probably some kind of defense thing. I mean, you know, if you guys remember, like a couple years ago, people were literally giving out blue chests with premium items inside of them. So, you know, there's probably some kind of safety mechanisms there. I don't know. Susan said, thanks to Hunting Glow Woods, I've finally finished my dried flower memories. Hey, let's go. I need to get on that. I have not been playing Hunting Glow Woods at all since I left. I'm so behind the rest of you guys. I did finish the main story the day it came out, so I guess I'm not that behind, but I still got to do like character quests and stuff. But yeah, I got to make my Dream Snap for this challenge. Were you guys here? How do y'all manage to play on 2 different systems? What do you mean? What do you mean, Marky? Like, can you define what you mean by manage? The game has cloud saving. So I can save the game right now. I can save to the cloud. And, you know, right here, save to cloud. And then I can turn off my computer and I can open my Switch and I can open the same file. It seems like a lot. It's no different from me playing on one TV and then me going to play on a different TV. It's the same exact file. Yeah, same game. I would never... I'm never going to start a second Valley. I'll tell you that right now. That's too much. That's too much for me. Some people have, like, restarted their Valley. No, the game has cloud saving. Yeah, you can switch to any platform if you want. You just have to buy the game on that extra platform. Yeah, I would not want to play on... I know a lot of people that have multiple that have the game. They make like, you know, they have several accounts and they make like 2 or 3 Dream Snaps. I'm never going to do that. I barely have enough time to do my own Dream Snap. But yeah. You can just cloud save. I don't think I would have it in me to start a brand new Valley. There's way too much to do in this game. Like, you think about all the realms, all the DLCs, all the character quests, all the Scrooge items, all the events. Nah, dude, I definitely don't need more than one Valley. I mean, kudos to those of you that do have more than one Valley. But you see, my thing is, I like to play other games. If I had to work on 2 Valleys and 2 or 3 Dream Snaps a week, I already have to make like 4 Dream Snaps a week most of the time for my videos. If I had to do all that, I think I would have no time for other games. And, you know, I love playing Mecha Chameleon. When I went to Florida, I was playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet like the whole time. That and Pokemon Go. That's what I meant by a lot. It is a lot, dude. I don't know how people do it. Like, I guess, okay, I could see having multiple Valleys if this is the only game you play. I think I could understand that. If the only game you play is Dreamlight Valley and you want like multiple Valleys for fun, like, yeah, I get that. But for me, it just wouldn't work because like I'm not a one game gamer. Like I have a Steam library with like probably 300 different games. I have tons of games for my Switch, my Xbox. I just have a lot of different games and I like to split my time up between them. You know, there's a lot of things I like to play. I have about 4 games on rotation weekly. I couldn't imagine restarting. Dude, yeah. If anything ever happened to my Valley, I don't know what I would do. Like, I would not... I don't think I have it in me to, like, start from the beginning again. Because I've gotten burned out on, like, the mining and the gardening. I don't enjoy that anymore. When the game first came out and I was grinding for materials, I enjoyed that. But, like, now with almost 7,000 hours in the Valley... I don't want to mine rocks or fish. Like, I don't want to do any of that. I just want to make pretty scenes. I want to build Dream Snaps. That's it. That's all I want to do. So if something happened to my Valley and I had to start over, I'd be crushed. I'd be crushed because I would know for a fact I'm going to be miserable catching back up. Dude, I really want to play the Power World update. I haven't had a chance yet. I mean, I was out of town when it came out, Chippery, so you know, I sadly have not. Did you watch my 100-day survival movie of Power World? It's really good. If I do say so myself, I think it's the best video I ever made on YouTube. It's like a 3-hour-long movie. It's actually done really well. It's probably getting more views right now because 1.0 just came out. I don't know. I haven't checked on it in a while. Last I checked, that 3-hour-long movie had like 100,000 views, which is crazy for a 3-hour-long movie. We can go to the tree now. Yeah, I've seen a lot of clips. It looks really good. I want to play it. I wouldn't mind playing it on a community day if you guys want to play with. Would any of you guys be down to watch Power World? I could start a brand new playthrough, and you guys could join me if anybody has Steam and join. It's such a fun game. It's such a fun game. Gabrielle says I play on Switch 2, Xbox, PlayStation, but only one account. My hubby plays his games, and I want to be able to play on another console when he's playing his own games. Well, it's good to have it on different platforms, you know. If it's the same... Yeah, Ashley drew the thumbnail for that one. If it's the same Valley, then, you know, it's not really anything extra. You're just switching platforms, you know. And now I have the game on Switch and the game on Steam, which is kind of cool. Ashley, the artist, yeah, she made that thumbnail from scratch, actually. Well, you guys, I'm going to skedaddle. I'm glad we were able to get through the Snap reviews in a pretty timely manner today. I'm honestly really surprised we got done as fast as we did. I hope I'm feeling better. I hope I'm not getting sick. I can't afford to get sick right now. I just got back. I just took a bunch of time off. Hopefully the headache today was just a one-off thing. Maybe I've just been pushing myself too hard, not getting enough sleep or something. I did do a lot of traveling, so I don't have any orange juice, but I do have mango juice, and I also have frozen fruit. Maybe I'll make a nice little frozen fruit smoothie. But yeah, we'll wrap up the rest of the reviews tomorrow. A lot of the Snaps review today didn't really need much in terms of, like, changes, so re-review should be pretty easy, too. Oh, yeah, the air quality is really bad today. Yeah, there was a weather alert about the pollution in the air today, and I did go to the park. And I went on a walk around noon because it felt so nice outside, and I got that weather alert saying the air quality was really bad and that you should stay indoors if you can. And I was like, that's stupid. I just went out anyway, breathed it in, just breathed it all in. I'm like, I'm not going to be killed by no damn air. And now my head hurts and my throat's starting to hurt and I think I might be dying. Well, if it's air quality, a hot shower can help, apparently. I don't take showers or baths. That's for the weak. I like to marinate. No, I'll do that tonight. All right. Well, yeah, I guess I'll head off of here. Bad quality here. I have 20 acre fire not far from me. I don't know what's causing the air quality here. I don't know, but I did go on a nice brisk walk because it was like a cool 75 today, and I was like, man, this is the nicest weather I've had in like a month. Like I gotta just go for a little stroll. Yeah, I bet you that's what did it. It's probably the air quality that messed me up. Because my head, I had a horrible headache while we were doing the reviews. To Infinity and Beyond says, hey there, just started doing Dream Snaps a few weeks ago, watched a bunch of your videos, and got 4K last week, so just want to say thanks. Oh, let's go! That's awesome to hear, my friend. Congratulations. I hope it's the beginning of a long 4K streak, my friend. Well done, well done. Very happy to hear you found the videos helpful. I actually want to get a new updated Dream Snap tip guide out very soon now that I'm back from Florida. I would love to do one because a lot of my Dream Snap tip, you know, I have like the lighting tips and like also my weekly tips, but I want to do like another universal one that kind of goes over everything, because there's like a lot of new metas now. There's a lot of new plays. We have the new villager toggle. Would love to make a new video kind of about stuff like that. So, keep an eye out. Probably have a new one out for you soon. All right. Oh, and Zombie, yes, thank you for the gifted earlier. I don't think I shouted you out when that happened. I think I made a mental note of it happening. LOTR says, have you heard of Power World? LOTR, you gotta watch my Power World movie. I have a whole movie on it. It's like my most successful YouTube video. It's a 100-day survival movie that did really well. Took me like a year to make. It was my most ambitious YouTube project of all time. Eyes of Sorrow, if you're looking for the other tip videos, they're in Dreamsnap Tools. If you go to the Discord, it's if you go to the Discord, right above the primary review channel, there's a channel called Dreamsnap Tools, and that's where you'll find a lot of my guides. Marky said, glad I found your videos and stream. Can't wait to continue watching. Well, great to have you here, Marky. Great to have you here, man. Glad you found us as well. Welcome to the fam, my friend. Welcome in. Welcome in. We'll be back tomorrow to knock out some more reviews. Also, this channel is a great place to get Twitch drops. We usually partner with Gameloft whenever they're doing drops. So, next time they do them, we'll probably be included. Who knows when that'll be, though. Could be any time. Could probably next DLC, whenever that is. I guess like October. Or maybe some other time. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Especially not me. So you never know. You never know. Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows. We should have another update coming soon, though, by the way. But yeah, typically they just do Twitch drops for DLCs. We've talked about that. Whenever they do adventure packs, that's usually when, or not just adventure packs, but when they did Wish Blossom, when they did Eternity Owl, that's usually when they do Twitch drops. And according to my calculations, which is just me clicking a button here, the Star Path ends in 7 days. And always 7 days past that day is when we get the next free update. So the Star Path will end, in about a week, and then we'll have about a week and then another update, and we already know the next update is Wreck-It Ralph. Should be cool. Yeah, I still got to finish mine. I've been too busy. I haven't done my routine duties. I got some routine duties to do. Apparently I've done all these, I guess. Okay. Did these for some reason. I didn't know that. But these aren't done. Oh, my remove night thorns with Hercules. I was literally just running around removing night thorns. That's okay. I got plenty of fragments I can remove. Harvest onions. Wow, I got a lot of routine duties to do. Holy crap. We're going to have to knock those out on Wednesday, guys. We're going to have to get into that on Wednesday. Don't let me forget, guys. I don't want to do the same thing I did in the last... No, it was Pothic Romance. I ended up having to buy tickets to get the last item because I forgot to do my duties. I just, completely forgot. Yeah, I can get this house now. That'd be cool. No, I haven't done the motif challenge yet either. Wait, did I not have the new hairstyle? I guess not. Okay. I try that so I don't forget. I don't like anything on my screen unless I'm actively doing it. So I always clear quests for my screen, and I only track duties when I'm actually working on them. I can't really work on duties when I'm doing Dreamsnap stuff, and I don't want any extra clutter on the screen while I'm streaming. But yeah, whenever I'm doing them, I'll track them. But that's because I'm filming and making content, If I wasn't, I would just keep them. I would do the same as you. I would just keep them tracked all the time. I just keep them on there so I don't forget about them. But I'm always recording scenes for the snap videos and doing the live stream. So I try to keep a lot of stuff off the screen. I'm bummed out about the motifs so far. Not great for Dreamsnaps. Yeah, I was kind of hoping they would include some motifs that were like really good for Dreamsnap utility, but you never know. Some of them might have some good utility. I don't know. I haven't seen them yet. Signer said Ralph is coming July 29th, we think. Yeah, you know, very soon, you know. Could be right after this one ends. I mean, I wouldn't really know. You know, how would I know? How would I know what Gameloft has planned? You know, it's not like I talk to him or anything. Haven't been playing Dreamlight Valley lately, especially with the Pooh, Eeyore, and Piglet. Oh yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, you guys, I'm gonna skidoo. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I'm gonna go breathe more air and probably die. I'll catch you guys tomorrow if I survive the night. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. Don't go outdoors. Don't do it. You'll get a headache. All right. Oh, yeah, hopefully I'm not sick. Hopefully I just breathed bad air. That'll happen. That'll happen. Stop inhaling the smoke. I'll try. All right. Stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Thank you for the wonderful welcome back, you guys. I hope y'all have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you tomorrow to wrap up the reviews. And then Wednesday, we'll check out the new challenge. I still got to do my Dreamsnap, and then, you know, I'll knock out those routine duties. All right, you guys, I'll catch you next time. Ta-ta for now.